Welcome, welcome and good morning everyone to day 2 of the second round of the 2025 Blackline Track League here at the Darebin International Sports Centre. We are moments away from getting started with our first event of the day. This will be team sprints. So riders competing in teams of 4, 2 men and 2 women. Our first team up will be Team Muz Magic, a composite team. So our first team ready to start their team sprint, a composite team Muz Magic. So 2 riders from the actual Muz Magic team, Sebastian Topping and Mitchell Louis. And then 2 women filling in, helping out. Montana Collier in the yellow there of Don't Stop Pedaling, and Ella Liang from Trackyon. All right, our first team off for the morning. So a 4-lap team sprint here, 2 men and 2 women. So it is Montana Collier of Don't Stop Pedaling who's taken up first position there, Ella Liang in second wheel. Then the 2 riders in the royal blue of Muz Magic, Sebastian Topping and Mitchell Louis. So coming through to complete the first lap now, Montana Collier swings away, now it's Ella Liang. So the rider from Team Trackyon, helping out the composite Muz Magic team. Ella from Brisbane, as is Team Muz Magic, so willing to lend a hand to her fellow Queenslanders there. Oh, I'm not sure how about that handover at the end of that lap. Well, the commissaires might have a look at that one. So our 2 boys from Team Muz Magic coming through to get the bell now. So Mitchell Louis hands over to Sebastian Topping. Sebastian Topping now powering down the back straight. About 100 metres away from setting our first team sprint time of the morning. Coming up towards the finish line now. Crosses the line, stops the clock in 1:09.20. So 1 minute and 9 seconds, 0.2 for our first squad of the morning, Muz Magic. So most of our teams here today will be competing with 4 riders all in the same jersey. The Muz Magic team there, because this event requires 2 men and 2 women, and there are no Muz Magic female riders here this weekend, they asked nicely and managed to borrow a couple who were willing to lend a hand.
What about now?
So from this point on, we will have 2 teams on track simultaneously, one in the front straight and one in the back straight. So starting in the front straight this time will be Team Life in Lyra. They're in the dark purple. That team will be Addison Tor, Indiana Plant, Lockie Stewart and Angus Withington. I think that's Indiana Plant who's just getting a bike fitted into the pneumatic start gate there. And then on the far side of the track, we will have Team Just Keep Pedaling, which is a composite team, 2 riders from Team Don't Stop Pedaling. That's Audrey Pritchard and Jemima Hargraves, the distinctive yellow disc wheel of Audrey Pritchard just getting fitted into the gate there. They will be joined by 2 riders from the Bronx 1916 team, Thomas Williamson and Aubrey Price. Riders getting themselves ready to go. A couple slapping the quads and thighs to get the blood moving. right, off and rolling now. So a fairly smooth start there from Team Life in Lycra in the dark purple. Audrey Pritchard with a fast start there for Team Just Keep Pedaling. Her teammates are going to have to do a little bit of work to catch up to her, actually. She sort of left them behind. Coming through for the handover on lap 1 as Indiana Plant hands it over to Addison Torr. And Jemima Hargraves has now taken over from Audrey Pritchard. So Team Life in Lycra with a bit of a lead now. So coming through to complete 2 laps. So Audrey Pritchard hands it over to Angus Withington in a time of 40.26, as it's now Thomas Williamson in the black for Team Just Keep Pedaling. He's got Aubrey Price in his wheel. Angus Withington hands it over now to Lockie Stewart, the final rider for Team Life in Lycra. He's looking very strong down the back straight. He's almost got Aubrey Price in his sights here. Lockie Stewart comes on through to stop the clock in a time of 1:09.74. Good enough for second place so far. Team Just Keep Pedaling stop the clock in third. So 1:09.74 for Team Life in Lycra, 1 minute 13.49 for Team Just Keep Pedaling. Right, we're going to roll through these pretty quickly now. The next 2 squads up will be JKT Coaching, a composite squad, 3 riders in the light purple of JKT Coaching, April Catt, Ewan Grierson and Cody Brown. And then filling in Lachey Madden of Don't Stop Pedaling, she'll be in the yellow. They'll be starting from the home straight. And then on the back straight, we'll have 4 riders from Bronx 1916 in the all black. Riley Boyd, Lachlan Trenton, Billy Russell and Hannah Pettit.
Base. It should be over there.
So it's a lovely morning for track racing here at Disc. Quite a balmy spring morning here in Melbourne. And if folks who are on site here at Disc notice that the car park was a bit full this morning, that's because the Melbourne Toy and Comic Book Fair is being held at a building just over the road. So if we get some folks dressed up like Batman or Superman filing in later today looking for a bit of spectating action, wanting to catch some track cycling, that might be why. Have to think Batman and Robin would make a pretty decent Madison team, just speculating. Riders in the back straight just readjusting their position with the assistance of their holders. Shouldn't be too long until we're ready to go. All right, out and underway. So it will be Lachey Madden for Team JKT Coaching, the rider in the yellow there in front of her 3 purple composite teammates. as behind the all-black squad of Brunks, rolling smoothly between them. Slightly smaller gaps between the riders for Team Brunks as they come through and hand off after the first lap. Team Brunks slightly ahead. Only a matter of 0.2 of a second in it though, as it's now the 3 riders from both JKT Coaching and Brunks on the second shift. So April Catt hands it over to Ewan Grierson now for JKT Coaching. And Riley Boyd, it looks like, is at the back of the train, just behind Lockie Trenton there for Team Brunks. So Team Brunks get the bell, still just ahead. Team Brunks with the fastest time at 750 metres. So possibly a challenger to the team of Muz Magic coming up here. So coming up towards the line, Lockie Trenton stops the clock. New fastest time for Team Brunks 1916. 1 minute, 8 seconds, .69. JKT Coaching 4th fastest so far, 1 minute, 10 seconds, .32. Very smooth, very cohesive effort there from the team of Brunks. I'm sure a lot of those Brunswick riders will have raced and trained together fairly often. It was quite noticeable that they were very smooth in their handoffs and they kept nice tight bunch formation for maximum aerodynamic advantage. So our next heat, Heat 4 of the team sprint, we'll see 2 composite squads go up against each other. So in the home straight we will have 3 riders in the orange of Modular Dynamics, Lexi Phillips, Maddie Pitt and Daniel Googe. And filling in for them will be Noah Brooks in the red of the Jets. And then in the back straight, a composite squad, 3 riders from Brunks 1916 in the black. And filling in for them will be Michaela Tobin of Haven Ridge. She's in the bright green. Michaela's actually a Brunswick club rider, but forgot her black Brunswick jersey yesterday, so she's borrowed a Haven Ridge jersey, so she's filling in for Haven Ridge this weekend. All the better for it, as Haven Ridge don't have any other riders earning points this weekend, so Michaela Tobin's doing it all on her own. It looks like Michaela Tobin will be the first rider off for the Brunks composite team, and Lexi Phillips is just getting onto her bike in the home straight there. Just about ready to go now for Heat 4. All right, they're off and rolling now. A strong start there from Lexi Phillips of Modular Dynamics. The Brunks 1916 squad just filing in behind Michaela Tobin there. So she's got Quinn Rothenbuehler on her wheel, followed by Ben Holmes and Sam Hudson. Modular Dynamics with a strong start here as Lexi Phillips is now handing over to Maddie Pitt. So Maddie Pitt, the rider in the white helmet there, now leading the charge for Team Modular Dynamics, who have got a good head of steam up early. Quinn Rothenbuehler looking strong, not too far away from handing over to her teammate Ben Holmes. Modular Dynamics 3rd fastest at the halfway mark. Brunks 1916 in 7th fastest time so far, as Daniel Googe now takes over for Modular Dynamics. And Ben Holmes driving the Brunks train. Now the composite rider, Noah Brooks, takes over for Modular Dynamics. He's nearly got the Brunk squad in his sights as he comes down the back straight. Benjamin Holmes is now handed over to Sam Hudson. Sam Hudson powering down the home straight now with half a lap to go. Noah Brooks coming up towards the home straight, comes through and stops the clock. Fifth fastest time for Modular Dynamics, 1 minute and 10 seconds, .97. Seventh fastest time for the composite Brunks team, 1 minute 15 seconds, .13. So 2 heats left in this one. In our 5th heat, we'll have 2 whole squads competing against each other, no composites. So in the home straight, we will have Team Zero Heroes in the white and pink. They'll be comprised of Caitlin Williamson, Emily Watch, Mitchell Stevens and Max Woodruff. And in the back straight, we'll have the red of the overall Blackline series leaders, the Blackburn Jets. That team will be Alana Lake, Paige Squire, Ruben Smith and Ben Woods. So our 4 riders from the Jets all ready to go in the back straight. We're just waiting for our Zero Heroes team to be ready to launch. Caitlin Williamson just getting her bike adjusted in the pneumatic start gate there. All right, they're off and rolling. A good, strong start there from the team of the Jets in the back straight. Caitlin Williamson now getting up to speed for Team Zero Heroes. She's got Emily Watch on her wheel. A strong first half lap there from Paige Squire of the Jets. She's just about to hand over to her teammate Alana Lake. So the Jets come through. Fastest time at the first lap for the Jets. Zero Heroes not too far behind them, as it's now Alana Lake flying down into the back straight there. She'll hand off to her 2 male teammates now, just as Emily Watch has done for the Zero Heroes. I think the gap closed a little bit on that lap. It's now Benjamin Woods for the Jets in position number 3, just about to hand over to Ruben Smith as they get the bell. Max Woodruff for the Zero Heroes now taking the last leg. Half a lap to go now for Ruben Smith. This could well be a challenger for the fastest time so far. He comes up towards the line, stops the clock. New fastest time for the Jets. 1 minute and 7 seconds, .06. A very respectable 4th place so far for the Zero Heroes. 1 minute 09.66. So new quickest time for the Blackburn Jets, surpassing their Melbourne rival club, Brunswick. So our final heat of the team sprint, heat 6, will be between Team Trachyon in the pink. They'll be starting from the home straight. They will be up against the bright yellow of Team Don't Stop Pedaling. So Team Trachyon will be Emma Stevens, Ella Liang, Ravi Hermkins and Xavier Bland. And Team Don't Stop Pedaling will be Ruby McLean, Hope Harnetti, Bryce Nichols and Zarin Fong Sutton. So Emma Stevens, the winner of yesterday's women's Kieran, just getting herself fitted into her pneumatic start gate in the home straight. So Team Don't Stop Pedaling, getting a little bit of camera time there. Just about ready to go. I think there needs to be some mechanical work done to one of the pedals of Emma Stevens in the home straight. So we're just on hold for the time being. Nothing that some quick work with an Allen key can't fix, I'm sure. So it will be Emma Stevens starting from the lowest point on the track, position 1 for Team Trachyon. Her teammate Ella Liang is actually competing in her second team sprint of the morning. She filled in for Team Muz Magic in the first heat of the day. So she's doubling up and having another go at the last heat. All right, looks like we're just about ready to go. All right, off and rolling. Oh, an issue there for Emma Stevens. She came out of that right pedal. She had an issue with it. She's having another go. So Team Trachyon with some ground to make up as it's Ruby McLean for Don't Stop Pedaling. She started out quite hard, left a gap to her female teammate Hope Harnetti. Emma Stevens has come back well, but her Team Trachyon squad have some work to do to catch up now. Hope Harnetti driving it strongly for Team Don't Stop Pedaling as they're coming up towards halfway now. Team Don't Stop Pedaling hand it over. Fastest time so far for Don't Stop Pedaling. Ravi Hermkins for Team Trachyon now up against Bryce Nichols for Don't Stop Pedaling. So Don't Stop Pedaling looking really strong here. A possibility that they could challenge for the lead. Still fastest time at 1 lap to go. Team Trachyon 8th fastest, but they've handed it over to Xavier Bland, who had a very good Kieran yesterday. Team Don't Stop Pedaling now. Zarin Fong Sutton finishes it off for them, stops the clock. Fastest time, 1:06.58. And Team Trachyon, 1:09.58, precisely 3 seconds behind, and possibly wondering what might have been. Bit of a shake of the head there from Emma Stevens, who unfortunately came out of her pedal as she left the start gate there. Shades of, I think, Shane Kelly in Atlanta 1996 coming out of her pedal at the start gate. Team Trackion did well to bounce back and make a good fist of it by the end. But in an event that's just over a minute long, it is hard to come back from something like that. So our next event up on the program, event number 32, will be the Women's Enduro Scratch Race. A 40-lap race, so 10 kilometres total. I can see riders cutting some laps in the infield, just about ready to go. So our riders taking part in this one from Bronx 1916, number 6, Hannah Pettit. Caitlin Williamson from Zero Heroes, number 12. Maddie Pitt, number 43, in the orange of Modular Dynamics. Audrey Pritchard from Don't Stop Pedaling, number 47, in the bright yellow with the bright yellow disc wheel. Billy Russell from Bronx 1916, number 64, in the all black. Quinn Rothenbuehler also in the black of Bronx 1916. She's rider number 66 with the red bike. Lavinia Ward, number 68, also of Bronx 1916. Jemima Hargraves, the second of the two riders from Don't Stop Pedaling. She's got a black disc wheel. And Addison Torr in the dark purple of Team Life in Lyra. For those of you who are with us on the live stream, watching along on YouTube, let us know where you're listening from. If you've got any riders that you're supporting out here today, I'm sure they would love to hear some comments. And then if you leave a comment or two, I'll be happy to shout it out over the microphone in the venue so that they know you're watching on from home. So the whistle blows and the 6 riders in this Enduro Scratch Race are off and riding now. So I think we've had some non-starters. I can only see 2 of the 4 riders who are listed for Bronx 1916 on the track at the moment. So Quinn Rothenbuehler is there, as is Billy Russell. So the 3 riders on the start list not taking it to the racing in this scratch race: Hannah Pettit of Bronx, Maddie Pitt of Modular Dynamics, and Lavinia Ward also of Bronx. So Jemima Hargraves, number 71 in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, just swings up the track there after leading them around for a little while. She's got a yellow ribbon matching her jersey in the back of her hair, which I can only assume is giving significant aerodynamic and watts advantages. She now hands it over to Caitlin Williamson, the tall rider in the white and pink. Most of the riders in this group will have done a team sprint about 15 or 20 minutes ago. So they haven't had too long to wait before they're back out on the track again. Audrey Pritchard with that very distinctive yellow rear wheel comes through for a turn. Hands it over to Billy Russell, who had a very productive progressive points race yesterday, winning all of the available sprints. Set up by good teamwork from her fellow Brunswick squad members Lavinia Ward, Quinn Rothenbuehler and Hannah Pettit. Brunks 1916 really vaulted themselves up the overall standings yesterday. They started yesterday's competition in 9th place overall out of 10 teams. By the end of yesterday's riding, they were all the way up to 3rd. So they still have a bit of a way to go before they catch the overall leaders, the Blackburn Jets. But with 2 Brunswick riders and no Jets riders in this race, it gives them an opportunity to help close that gap. So scratch racing, for those not familiar, the simplest and most straightforward of all the races we do on the track. If you're first over the line at the end of the last lap, you win. Pretty straightforward. We'll mix things up with a bit more complexity a bit later on in the day. But this one is pretty easy to explain. So Billy Russell leading them down the back straight now. So we're just about a quarter of the way through this 40-lap scratch race. And as is often the case, I was going to say there's been no action so far, but Jemima Hargraves has decided to prove me wrong and have a go. She was so quick out of the saddle, she proved me wrong before I could even finish my sentence. So the rider from Don't Stop Pedaling now has really lifted the tempo after a fairly tame first quarter of the race. And the pace has really gone up. Quinn Rothenbuehler now swings up the track, hands things over to Caitlin Williamson. There are a couple of indications that the pace has really gone up. Riders now more in one long line than bunched 2 or 3 wide on the track. Also the turns that riders are taking on the front of the bunch, once they start getting shorter, that's how you know that the pace has really increased. So Billy Russell and Quinn Rothenbuehler, the 2 Brunks riders in the all black at the front of the race now. Brunks had a very successful day yesterday when they were able to use their numerical advantage to pull themselves away from the rest of the field. It looks like they're trying to do that again. So Billy Russell and Quinn Rothenbuehler with a bit of a gap, along with Caitlin Williamson there, over the chasing Jemima Hargraves, Audrey Pritchard and Addison Torr. But a good turn from Hargraves. Looks like they're just about to come back on terms. So the 2 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling will slot back into the main bunch as we go through 25 laps to go. So our group is down to 5 riders now. Addison Torr's been distanced off the back. So we've got 2 pairs of teammates here. Russell and Rothenbuehler from Brunks. Caitlin Williamson in the middle, the tall figure in the white. And then 2 from Don't Stop Pedaling. Jemima Hargraves with the black disc wheel and yellow jersey. Audrey Pritchard matchy-matchy with the yellow jersey and yellow disc wheel. So just shy of halfway through this race now. Billy Russell just checking over her shoulder. Just keeping a close eye on the position of other riders, how they might be faring. As it is now her teammate Quinn Rothenbuehler from Brunswick on the front of the train. We might use this opportunity for a sponsor spotlight on the sponsor of the Brunks 1916, Brunswick Cycling Club. Founded in 1916, Brunswick Cycling Club has a rich and proud history in Victorian cycling and continues to be one of Australia's most vibrant and inclusive cycling communities. From BMX, mountain bike and cyclocross to road and track, Brunswick Cycling Club brings together riders of all ages and abilities, united by a shared love of the sport. So we thank Brunswick Cycling Club for sponsoring the Brunks team in this year's Blackline Track League. Also, it's been a pretty solid year for former Brunswick riders on the world stage. Sarah Gigante managed to take 2 stages and a podium position at the Women's Giro d'Italia. There was a stage win for former Brunswick rider Luke Plapp at the Men's Giro. And the honorary Australian Catalina Soto Campos, the Chilean national champion, has recently signed a 2-year extension with her Spanish team Laboral Cucha. So she's had a pretty good year as well. Not getting into, of course, also Ruby Roseman Gannon for the Liverlula Jayco team on the women's side, who's managed to have a couple of good results in the sprints. So certainly the Brunswick riders not short of options to look for at the professional level if they want to think about where their cycling might take them in the grand scheme of things. And of course, many of those riders started out on the track before ending up focusing on other disciplines. There's quite a famous photo of Luke Plapp and Sarah Gigante at Brunswick Velodrome doing a hand sling during a junior Madison. So you just never know where a starting club cycling might take you in the long run. So 15 laps to go now, as it is Caitlin Williamson, the solo rider from Zero Heroes, just slotting back into 4th position in line. Jemima Hargraves, the rider from Don't Stop Pedaling, just struggling to hang on to the bunch at the moment. But the pace has eased a couple of times in this race already. So if it eases some more, she might have a chance to come back. And as I say that, Billy Russell, the rider from Brunks in the white helmet, has opened up a bit of a gap. It's her teammate Quinn Rothenbuehler in second wheel at the moment. Caitlin Williamson, the rider from Zero Heroes, in 3rd. So Williamson chasing hard behind Rothenbuehler, but it's Russell who leads them. About 12.5 laps to go now. Billy Russell now looks back down the track as she swings up high, sort of takes stock of that attack after she's made it. But she's managed to shed the 2 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling. But Caitlin Williamson still very determined, hanging in there. Though I'm sure the task of trying to go 2 against 1 against 2 very well coordinated Brunswick riders is not going to be an easy one. So 11 laps to go now for our 3 leaders. So these 3 riders had a very similar story unfolding in the scratch and points rates yesterday. Williamson seemed to be the strongest of the non-Brunks riders in the field. So our 3 leaders just about to catch Audrey Pritchard there for a lap. So our group has increased to 4. So it's Quinn Rothenbuehler on the red bike and black kit of Brunks who's leading them at the moment. Audrey Pritchard in the bright yellow in second place. Then it's Billy Russell. And then the tall figure in the white is Caitlin Williamson from Zero Heroes. So 6 laps to go now. Pace is slowly starting to increase again. We've had a few surges and easings in pace so far. Tempo just slowly starting to ratchet up here as riders start thinking about how to position themselves for the final sprints. Four laps to go now as it's Rothenbuehler who's leading them again. Pritchard sitting in second wheel. Now it's Russell who is moving to the front of affairs. Had quite a productive day in the sprints races did Billy Russell. I'm sure we'll see her in action a bit later on as well. Two laps to go now. Billy Russell very conspicuously coming up and around the outside of the track. Possibly thinking about a surge here. And indeed she gets out of the saddle and powers down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Her teammate Rothenbuehler the first to respond. Pritchard and Williamson look out of it for now. So Billy Russell looking strong. 1 lap to go. Quinn Rothenbuehler, her Brunks teammate, looks like she'll be the only one to challenge her for the points in this enduro scratch race. So coming into the home straight now, Billy Russell from Brunks will come through and take the victory. Second place for her teammate Quinn Rothenbuehler. It will be third for Caitlin Williamson of Zero Heroes. Very creditable effort there against numerically superior opposition. And Audrey Pritchard will hold on for fourth for Team Don't Stop Pedaling. So our men's scratch race now out on track, 40 laps for them as well. So 10 starters in this one, which is a few riders less than are on the original start list. So Daniel Googe and David Kwan of Modular Dynamics, Logan Taplin of Life and Lyra, Xavier Siriani from the Jets, Ben Metcalf from JKT Coaching, and Max Woodruff from Zero Heroes are all non-starters. That means our 10 riders are number 10, Sam Hudson from Brunks 1916. He's just slotted into last position on the train there at the back in the black. Thomas Williamson, also of Brunks 1916. He's wearing number 11. He's just at the front of the field at the moment. Number 17, the tall rider in the white and pink of Zero Heroes is Lawson Fransman. Number 48, Bryce Nichols of Team Don't Stop Pedaling is the yellow rider in the middle of the pack. I should say the rider with the yellow jersey. His teammate Sebastian Freer is wearing number 53. He's in the bright yellow on the back of the line at the moment. Number 65, Aubrey Price from Bronx 1916 is in second wheel currently. Just behind him in third wheel, number 67, Ben Holmes, also of Bronx. We've got two riders from the Blackburn Jets there. The rider without the disc wheel is Oscar Gallagher, just coming through to lead the field now. A little bit further back on the blue bike with the disc wheel is his teammate Alistair Norris. And our lone rider in the dark purple of Life in Lycra is Lockie Stewart. So Lockie Stewart now coming through and leading the field. He's had a very good week. It's been announced just a couple of days ago that he will be joining the Decathlon AG2R Next Gen Junior Road team for 2026, or depending on how French you'd like to pronounce it, Decathlon AG2R La Mondiale. I imagine Lockie will probably have to do a couple of French lessons before starting out with the team next year. Some very talented young riders in this field across a range of different age groups. The Blackline Track League caters for racers from under 19 all the way through to under 25 level. So Aubrey Price leading the field at the moment is an under 25, one of the older riders in the field. But there's a good mix of under 19s, under 23s and under 25s all across the racing this weekend. The Blackline Track League started in large part to be able to give riders a bit of a bridge from racing track at the junior level to competing with the big dogs in the elite ranks, giving riders who are in that sort of bridge phase of life, possibly starting uni or moving out of home, a chance to keep up the track racing that they might have done as a teenager. As a move up around the outside now by Lockie Stewart in the dark purple. Likes to go from long range, does Lockie Stewart. So in the chase behind, Sebastian Freer quickly hands it over to Aubrey Price. Benjamin Holmes, the next rider to, no, that's Thomas Williamson actually taking up the pacemaking behind. Then it's Alistair Norris in the red of the Jets, all trying to chase down the rider in the dark purple of Team Life in Lycra, Lockie Stewart. And the catch is made, so Lockie Stewart's attempt to win a 40-lap race on lap 32 doesn't pay dividends for now. And there's no guarantee he won't try it again before too long. So at the front now, two riders from the Jets. Alistair Norris just swings high on the track and lets Oscar Gallagher, his teammate, come through. Oscar Gallagher, another of the riders who had a very productive points race yesterday. Ended up taking the overall win in the men's points race at the end of the day with Norris in second place. So that was probably one of the races yesterday where the Blackburn Jets had one of the best results. And the pace has eased slightly here. We see more riders in positions high up on the track, no riders in one long line, no surging at the front. Oh, as soon as I say that, Lockie Stewart has decided to wind it up again. It's a little bit too slow for his liking, so he's decided to inject some pace. Bryce Nichols, rider number 48 of Don't Stop Pedaling, quickly to his wheel, recognises the danger. A lot of these riders will have raced a fair bit with Lockie Stewart over the years. They will be familiar with his preferred tactics. Aubrey Price now coming to the front, just has a bit of a look around. Sebastian Freer now on the front of the field for Don't Stop Pedaling. Riders checking over their shoulder fairly regularly, just to make sure there's no riders trying to sneak up from behind with an attack. Pace is easing slightly as that's allowing The drop riders Ben Holmes and Lawson Fransman back in. So it is Ben Holmes from Bronx now on the front of the line, just flicks the elbow there. Ben Holmes is a rider who also likes to dabble in other disciplines of cycling. He was the overall winner of the Victorian Cyclocross Series this year for men's B grade. Probably not quite enough mud on the track at Disc here today for his liking, but he's holding on well in the field so far. So quite a few of these riders will have been in action here last weekend for the Victorian State Omnium Championships. Indeed, the first three overall place getters in that Omnium were scheduled to start in this race. The overall winner was Lockie Stewart. In third place was Oscar Gallagher, who's riding for the Jets today, and Logan Taplin, who unfortunately can't be with us today, but was originally on the start list, was in second place. So three riders, all of quite tender age, were fighting it out for the Victorian Elite State Omnium Championship. So as Lawson Fransman comes through the front with 15 laps to go, we'll do a sponsor spotlight on his team sponsor, Glowbird Energy. Based right here in Melbourne, Glowbird Energy is an Australian-owned energy retailer offering affordable electricity and gas plans for homes and businesses. Founded in 2014, Glowbird is all about keeping costs low, offering flexible plans, and providing friendly local customer service with no lock-in contracts, no termination fees, just great value and genuine support. By helping households and businesses save on energy, Glowbird is also helping the cycling community stay switched on and ready to race. So we thank Glowbird Energy for their sponsorship of the Zero Heroes team. Glowbird's colours are white and pink, so no surprise that the Zero Heroes team in the predominantly white jersey with the pink stripe around the middle. So 12 laps to go now as the pace has started to pick up again. Thomas Williamson just checking over his shoulder there. Lockie Stewart now leading the bunch through as they get 11 laps to go. Alistair Norris keeping a very close eye on where Lockie Stewart is. So Alistair Norris wearing the shorts of the Royal Bikes squad, a bike shop based in Warrnambool, who have had quite a successful year on the Victorian domestic circuit and also taken part in the Provello Super League as well. And an attack now winding up from Lockie Stewart as they come through with 9 laps to go. The pace picks up yet again. Alistair Norris right on his wheel. Aubrey Price also paying close attention to that one. He moves over as it's Bryce Nichols from Castlemaine Cycling Club of Don't Stop Pedaling. Very quick to swing up the track there. No one wants to be doing too much work on the front this late in the race. Sam Hudson from Bronx flicks the elbow as it's now Ben Holmes, who almost immediately defers to Lockie Stewart. So 7 laps to go now. The two teammates from Don't Stop Pedaling at the front of the field. Don't Stop Pedaling also having quite a good weekend in terms of point scoring. They were, I think, 4th coming into this weekend, and they're holding their position near the top of the overall standings. They might be up to 3rd, I think. So Oscar Gallagher, the rider in the red of the Jets without the rear disc wheel, wearing the shorts of the Victorian Institute of Sport. So ordinarily we'd be seeing Oscar Gallagher in the all-navy blue of the VIS. Today he's got the red of the Blackburn Jets on. A bit of a surge at the front there for Lawson Fransman of Zero Heroes. He's been chased by a similarly tall figure of Thomas Williamson. Drafting Lawson Fransman is the closest that Thomas Williamson will get to feeling what it's like to be in his own draft. He's about the only rider roughly as tall. 3 laps to go now as it's Alistair Norris. Quickly deferring to Lockie Stewart. And then they spread wide across the track here. No one wants to make a move now. So the bunch is all together. Who wants to be bold here? It's Lawson Fransman who now winds it up. Coming in towards 2 laps to go now. And the rider from Zero Heroes being chased down by Bryce Nichols. Thomas Williamson also there. Aubrey Price from Brunks now moving up the outside with Lockie Stewart in his wheel. So it's Aubrey Price who comes through turn 3's about to come up and get the bell. So Aubrey Price will lead them into the final lap. Lockie Stewart in 2nd place. Bryce Nichols in 3rd. Thomas Williamson chasing further behind. Oscar Gallagher trying to come up from the back. As at the front, Aubrey Price is being challenged around the outside by Lockie Stewart. They're coming up towards the line. It's going to come down to the throw. Aubrey Price gets it. So Aubrey Price by half a wheel there over Lockie Stewart. I think Bryce Nichols managed to just hold on for 3rd place ahead of Oscar Gallagher. No, it was Oscar Gallagher who ended up getting 3rd ahead of Bryce Nichols. So Aubrey Price, the rider in the all-black of the Brunks 1916, taking the win there. 2nd place for Lockie Stewart. 3rd for Oscar Gallagher of the Blackburn Jets. 4th for Bryce Nichols of Don't Stop Pedaling. 5th place for Sam Hudson, also of Brunks. Sixth place it was for Sebastian Freer of Don't Stop Pedaling. Thomas Williamson of Brunks in 7th. Alistair Norris of the Jets in 8th. Benjamin Holmes in 9th. And Lawson Fransman, who tried that move with just over 2 laps to go. It was a brave move. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off. He came across the line in 10th spot. All right, so we're now moving on to our match sprints. This is our women's B grade match sprint. So our fastest qualifier in women's B, Alana Lake in the red of the Jets, up against our 8th fastest qualifier, Michaela Tobin. She's in the green of Haven Ridge. So match sprint, a 3-lap race. Only the last 200 metres is timed. This is one of my favourite disciplines of track cycling because it tends to get very tactical. So much about track cycling is about going fast, but sometimes the ability to go slow and think tactically about what you're doing can be equally thrilling. So a great track sprinter, the likes of Anna Mears or Harry Lavrayson, is a mix of power, skill and brains. We'll get to see all of those abilities on display here because we've got match sprints coming up for about the next hour or so. The bell rings and Alana Lake is off and racing. Michaela Tobin chasing hard from behind. She's got some ground to make up. Alana Lake will lead the two of them into turn 3. Looking strong as she comes up towards the line. So it will be Alana Lake who takes the win there. Second place for Michaela Tobin. And I picked the wrong time to have a mouthful of biscuit. So our next two riders to take to the track for their match sprint will be our second fastest qualifier in Women's B, Lexi Phillips. She's in the orange of Modular Dynamics, up against Montana Collier in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. So quite tactical in the early going. Lexi Phillips, the faster of these two qualifiers in the flying 200s that opened yesterday's racing, covering her flying 200 metres in 13.14 seconds, about a second quicker than Montana Collier. But crucially, Montana Collier has second place on the track, which tends to be advantageous, means you can accelerate in your rival's slipstream. Lexi Phillips staying high on the track there, trying to entice Montana Collier to dive down the track, and indeed she does with a lap and a half to go. So Montana Collier putting it all on the table here with just over 1 lap to go. Lexi Phillips trying to challenge her around the outside as they come and get the bell. Montana Collier pedaling hard there. Lexi Phillips has the gas down the back straight and now moves into the lead. Does Montana Collier have anything left in the tank to try and come back here? It looks like Lexi Phillips is going to be able to hold on. So Lexi Phillips comes through and wins that match sprint just ahead of Montana Collier. Final 200 metres covered in 13.43 seconds there. So with Lexi Phillips from Modular Dynamics taking the win there, we'll use that as an opportunity to put the sponsor spotlight on the Modular Dynamics business. So Modular Dynamics is an Australian-owned company leading the way in accelerated project delivery through world-class modular and pre-construction building techniques. With offices in Victoria and Queensland, their experienced team delivers expertise across modular design, manufacturing, compliance, logistics and construction, helping clients bring innovative building solutions to life. I've got some IKEA furniture at home they might be able to help me with. So next up on track, we have Jemima Hargraves in first position there from team Don't Stop Pedaling, our 6th fastest qualifier in Women's B, up against the 3rd fastest qualifier Addison Tor in the dark purple of Life in Lycra. So these are two riders who should know each other pretty well, both Victorian. Jemima Hargraves, I believe, is from Castlemaine Cycling Club, and Addison Tor from Bendigo and District CC. and noticeably less slow pace and track standing than in the previous couple of match sprints that we've seen. Addison Tor feeling no real drama about moving into the lower position. Although she's lower, she's slightly ahead of Jemima Hargraves. They come into the bell now. Jemima Hargraves going to have to try and accelerate around the outside of Addison Tor. Decides to come into her slipstream instead. Addison Tor looking strong down the back straight there, but Hargraves is still in the slipstream. Could potentially challenge coming in late. As they come out of turn 4, Tor just checks over the shoulder. The gap is solid and she takes the win there in a time of 13.68. So the win for Addison Tor, second place for Jemima Hargraves. So the next pair of riders up for their sprints are riders from the same teams. Now, 4th and 5th fastest qualifier, Lachey Madden. She's in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, up against Indiana Plant from Life in Lyra. So after the last sprint race was low on the slow and tactical riding, we've got plenty of it here. So Indiana Plant in front position, just ahead of Lachey Madden. Plant riding low on the track and checking over her right shoulder. Riding low gives away the advantage of gravity, but it means that she can always know where to look for her rival. She's now going higher up on the track, with her head tilted to the left, waiting for Madden to try and dive down the inside. Indiana Plant decides to wind it up from a lap and a half to go. So the rider in purple being closed down by Lachey Madden here. So Madden well and truly in the slipstream as they come through the bell with a lap to go. Indiana Plant in a good position on the inside of the track. Lachey Madden trying to challenge her with an out of the saddle acceleration down the back straight. The rider in yellow manages to get past. Can Indiana Plant come back at the last? She won't be able to, so Lachey Madden takes the win there. Second place for Indiana Plant. 13.88 for their last 200 metres there. So that concludes our women's B grade match sprints, or at least the first round of them. We'll have a second round a little later on. So we'll move now into our men's B grade sprints. Two teammates from Bronx to start us off. So although they're wearing the same kit, fairly easy to tell them apart. Riley Boyd, the fastest qualifier in men's B, has the bright yellow rear disc wheel. Ben Holmes in the silver helmet in the front position there, with just the standard spoked wheel. So these two riders will have faced off on a pretty regular basis during the winter in Brunswick's Tuesday night track. Riley Boyd just meandering his front wheel a little bit down the back straight there. I think these will be two riders who will be quite familiar with each other's games. Almost a little dummy move there from Riley Boyd, trying to convince Ben Holmes to take the bait and dive down the track a bit early. Holmes now increases the pace, trying to keep himself slightly forward and slightly below Riley Boyd. Boyd now moves down to the lower position on the track. So by being slightly ahead and slightly lower, you eliminate the possibility of the rider behind you diving down the track and trying to gain the advantage of gravity. So coming into the bell now, still watching each other very, very closely here. Surely the sprint just about to open up, as it is Riley Boyd the first to move. Dives down the inside of the track. Ben Holmes is right in his slipstream though. So Riley Boyd is going to have to do it from the front if he wants to do it at all. Ben Holmes challenging late, but Riley Boyd able to hang on there. Final 200 metres covered in 13.86 seconds. Which I suspect will be on the slower end of times, perhaps reflective of the fact that they weren't full-on sprinting when the bell went. So next up, our 2 versus 11 matchup in men's B. Lockie Stewart in the purple of Life in Lycra versus Noah Brooks in the red of the Jets. Lockie Stewart has decided that a 3-lap scratch race can also be a 3-lap time trial if you really want it to be. Very quick to see if Noah Brooks was awake. The Blackburn rider says, yes, I am. I know it's early on a Sunday. So Noah Brooks keeping a close eye on Lockie Stewart here. Lap and a half to go now. Stewart likes to attack from range. As he's winding up now, Noah Brooks fully committed in the lower position there as they come through the bell. Stewart trying to accelerate around the outside there. So Lockie Stewart in the purple of Life in Lycra flying down the back straight. Noah Brooks not out of it yet though. Coming out of turn 4 now, Lockie Stewart still holding strong, comes up to the line. Lockie Stewart will take the win. Second place for Noah Brooks. Covered in 12.24 seconds. All right, next rider up, 2 teammates, both from Zero Heroes, though they've helped me out by wearing different coloured shorts. So in first position there with the blue shorts, that's Mitchell Stevens, our 3rd fastest qualifier in men's B, and just behind him, Rory Fisk, his teammate in the red shorts. So the 2 Zero Heroes teammates there. Checking over the shoulder. A few little dummy moves there. Almost playing around with their rivals. Both riders trying to get the other to commit to an early move, possibly before it's advisable. So Fisk in the red shorts is in second position at the moment, just behind Stevens. Mitchell Stevens thinking about an acceleration. Rory Fisk now trying to come around the outside. Won't get too much advantage from coming down the track. Mitchell Stevens now in the lower position there as they start the final lap. So Mitchell Stevens now in front position. Rory Fisk really coming back at him here. Rory Fisk challenging as they come around turn 4. Will he be able to close the gap by the line? He won't quite get there. So Mitchell Stevens takes the win there. 12.2 seconds for the last 200 metres. I have to say Rory Fisk did put up a very good fight. our next riders on track. This will be our 4 versus 9 matchup between Lockie Trenton in the black of Brunks and Ewan Grierson in the purple of JKT Coaching. So Trenton in first position in the black of Brunks, Grierson in second wheel in the purple of JKT. An indication that this race hasn't started slowly is that they're nearly being passed by the 2 Zero Heroes riders who are warming down. So keeping things very tactical at the moment, almost coming to a full track stand. Reminiscent in a way of the gold medal final between Anna Mears and Victoria Pendleton at London 2012. So Grierson comes through into first position now. Starts to lead Trenton up the track, leaving plenty of space for the Brunks rider to potentially come through and retake the lead. Lockie Trenton not tempted to take the bait, at least for now. Bit of matching and swapping and swerving here as Lockie Trenton is now committed. Grierson trying to use the height of the track to give himself some speed. I'm not sure he's been able to catch the wheel of Lockie Trenton there. So Trenton able to accelerate without Grierson in his slipstream. Grierson starting to close the gap now, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. Lockie Trenton now coming up towards the line, checks over his shoulder. Grierson closes all the way to the line, but can't get there. So 12.4 for the final 200 metres there. The win going to Lockie Trenton ahead of Ewan Grierson. So next up is our 5 versus 8 matchup in men's B. Oscar Gallagher in the red of the Jets up against another of the riders in the light purple from JKT Coaching. This time it is Cody Brown. Cody Brown in the lead at the moment with Oscar Gallagher in his wheel. Staying nice and high on the track. Tempting Gallagher to come down early. Gallagher now accelerating, but not all that fast down the track. Encourages Brown to take the lead into the bell, which indeed he does. So the rider in the purple will lead them into the bell. He's got 10 metres on Oscar Gallagher, so the rider in the red has some real work to do here. Comes up towards the back wheel into the slipstream now as they come into turn 3. It's getting close around turn 4. This one could be a throw to the line. As they come up now, it is Oscar Gallagher who gets it by half a wheel. 12.3 seconds for the final 200 metres, just ahead of Cody Brown. Oscar Gallagher left his run late, but was able to get across the gap in the end. So next up will be our 6 versus 7 matchup in men's B. between Daniel Googe, who's in the orange of Modular Dynamics, and Ravi Hermkens, who's in the bright pink of Trachyon. Just 1600ths of a second separated these two in their flying 200 qualifying time. So I'm anticipating this could be quite a close one. Getting tactical early on, Daniel Googe from Modular Dynamics. Keeping things very slow near the top of the track there. Ravi Hermkens happy to leave a gap of 5 or 10 metres there. Probably closer to 5 than 10. Daniel Googe just looking over his shoulder. Wants to keep a close eye on where Hermkens is. By staying low on the track, he can ensure he only ever has to look over his right shoulder. As Googe now starts to pick up the pace, Ravi Hermkens now realises he's going to have to charge down the track to try and close the gap. So Daniel Googe has got a lead of about 30 metres now. Will he be able to hold it as he comes up to get the bell? So the rider from Modular Dynamics with a good lead here. Ravi Hermkens with some real work to do, but he is closing the gap. He's got half a lap left to get across 20 metres. Is he going to be able to get there? Googe holding strong all the way up to the line. Daniel Googe will take it there, just ahead of Ravi Hermkens. 11.86, I think, for the final 200 metres there. And that one was the first time in our match sprint so far today where the lower seeded rider managed to come away with the win. So we'll now start moving on to our match sprints for Women's A. So this first matchup will pit our fastest qualifier Emma Stevens in the bright pink of Trachyon up against Maddie Pitt. She's in the orange of Modular Dynamics. So Emma Stevens leading them out. Not just the fastest qualifier in the flying 200 yesterday, but also the winner of the women's Kieran. Big final yesterday. Good to hear some calls of support coming from the infield for these riders. Always great to see how well riders support each other, even if they're not necessarily on the same team. So Emma Stevens keeping Maddie Pitt higher and behind her, making sure the rider from Modular Dynamics can't get too much of a slipstream. As they come down into the bell, Stevens leading strongly there. Maddie Pitt looking strong coming up the back straight, but will she be able to get around? Stevens looking strong as they come into turn 3. Holding strong all the way up the final straight there, and it will be Emma Stevens who hangs on. So Stevens from Trachyon, final 200 metres covered in under 12 seconds there. So a final 200 metres of under 12 seconds means those riders were travelling at more than 60 k's an hour for that sprint. So in our 2 versus 7 matchup, the next race on the track, 2 teammates from Don't Stop Pedaling. So we've got Ruby McLean on the front. She's got the white stripe on her helmet. In second position, Hope Harnetti with the all black helmet. two don't stop pedaling teammates, keeping a close eye on each other in the early going. So Hope Harnetti, the rider in second wheel, was our second fastest qualifier in the flying 200s yesterday. Rider who's really made some great progress with her riding and especially sprinting over the last 12 months. So McLean staying around the blue line there, keeping Harnetti high and behind her. Harnetti using the ability to accelerate down the track, using the slope of the banking there to get herself in prime position as they come up towards the bell. So Harnetti will lead them. Will Ruby McLean be able to come past her in the final lap? So Hope Harnetti leading at the moment. Ruby McLean now coming up to her wheel. Will she have the watts to come around? As they come in towards the home straight now, Hope Harnetti leading strongly. Ruby McLean challenging all the way, but Hope Harnetti will get there. 12.49 for the final 200 metres, just shy of 58 k's an hour. So our next two riders up will be our 3 versus 6 matchup in our women's A-grade sprint. Our third fastest qualifier in second wheel there in the bright pink of Trakyong, that's Ellen Liang. And then in first position, our 6th fastest qualifier, April Cat of JKT Coaching. So April Cat holding first position over Ella Liang, who represented Australia at the Junior World Track Championships in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands earlier this year. So the pace really now starting to pick up. Ella Liang tries to dive down the track there, but April Cat sees her coming. So the rider from JKT, oh, a little bit of contact there in the home straight. Thankfully both riders able to keep it upright. Ella Liang now moves into first position there. Will April Cat be able to come back towards the end? And the rider from Trakyong looks like she'll be able to hold on and take the win there. I think both riders will have gotten a little bit of a fright with the contact there with a lap to go. Thankfully both able to keep it upright. We haven't had any crashes this weekend, and thankfully we didn't have to start there. So I think riders filled with the adrenaline from more than just racing as they start their warm down. So our next pair of riders up on the track. This is our women's A-grade sprint with our 4th and 5th fastest qualifiers going up against each other. So Emily Watch, the rider in the white from Zero Heroes, will be up against Paige Squire, who's in the red of the Jets. And off they go. So just 12 hundredths of a second separated the flying 200 qualifying times for these two riders. And Emily Watch, the rider who usually would be seen in the colours of the ACT Academy of Sport. Just checking over her shoulder. Very tactical race early on. Both riders using their handling and track standing skills as they wind to and fro up and down the track, which I have to say they're making it look a lot easier than that actually is, especially with a fixed rear wheel. Riders continuing to zigzag up and down the track at the moment. I think Emily Watch was trying to tempt Paige Squire into taking over the front position there, which he has now done. So the rider from Zero Heroes will see that as a small win. Paige Squire, though, keeping a very close eye on Emily Watch as they come up towards the bell now. The pace starts to pick up. There's the surge. Emily Watch surges down the inside there. Paige Squire with some work to do to catch up. She's level with her rear wheel now and trying to accelerate around the outside. Paige Squire now takes over the lead, the rider from the Jets. Emily Watch, I think, is beaten, so Paige Squire will take the win for the Jets there. In a final 200 time of 14.28, so one of the slower final 200 metre times. That race was very tactical until quite late on, so perhaps unsurprising that the time of the final 200 wasn't quite as quick. So up on track now, our 1 versus 10 matchup in men's A. So we've got our fastest qualifier, Xavier Bland. He's in the pink of Team Trackion. Up against Sebastian Topping in the blue of Team Muz Magic. So a couple of little dummy moves down the inside there from Xavier Bland. Showing very good handling skills on his track bike there. Trying to come down the inside. Oh, that was very close between those two there. Xavier Bland now in first position there with a lap to go. Sebastian Topping with some work to do to try and close him down. He's within the slipstream, but he's got a long way to go to catch back up. As they come up towards the line now, Xavier Bland will take the win over Sebastian Topping. Narrowly avoided disaster there with a lap and a half to go. So the commissaire is possibly going to have a word to the riders there after the conclusion of that one. Just making sure we stay safe in all the future sprints. So next up, our 2 versus 9 matchup. 2 teammates from Team Muz Magic. So in the all-black helmet on the front there is Will Amelius. And just behind him, in the black helmet with the blue stripe down the centre, is Mitchell Louis, our second fastest qualifier. So with these 2 riders from Muz Magic out on track, it's an excellent time to have a sponsor spotlight on their team sponsor, Balmoral Cycling Club. Based at the Murari Recreation Reserve in Brisbane, Balmoral Cycling Club is a racing-focused club that creates opportunities for every type of cyclist, from junior riders and women to elite and masters races. With weekly criterium racing, junior development programs, club rides, track training and their own elite racing teams, Balmoral Cycling Club truly embodies the spirit of Aussie cycling, passion, performance and community on two wheels. So we thank them for their sponsorship as two riders from Balmoral now battling out in this second of our sprint heats in Men's A. So Mitchell Louis in second wheel now. Will Amelius with a big attack out of the saddle as they come into the last lap. Mitchell Louis with a little bit of work to do down the back straight. He's closing in. He's not making too much ground. If he's going to come around, he's going to have to come late. Amelius holding strong as they come up towards the line. This is going to be really close. Mitchell Louis gets it by a wheel. 11.66, 61.7 k's an hour between those two riders there for that sprint. And nice to see a little fist bump between the two down the back straight. So a good close match up there between our second and ninth place riders. So next up is our 3 versus 8 matchup. At the front in the white of the Zero Heroes, that's Max Woodruff. And in second position in the bright yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, that's Zaran Fong Sutton. So Max Woodruff, our first rider, is a Tasmanian. So we saw him in action here last year at the Austral Wheel Race Carnival, racing in the colours of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. That carnival is coming up towards the end of December. Generally it's the week before Christmas. So an absolutely fantastic 4 days of track racing here in Melbourne. You see the very best riders from all over Australia across all different age groups, all the way through from under 11s who are just getting started in the world of track racing, all the way through to Olympic medalists. So entries are open for the Austral Wheel Race Carnival. We'd love to have you along. So back to the action on the track. Max Woodruff keeping an eye on Zaran Fong Sutton. Fong Sutton trying to go high up the banking here. Both riders not fully committed just yet. Now they are. Zaran Fong Sutton trying to accelerate around the outside of Max Woodruff as they come into turn 3. They're side by side as they come out of turn 3, coming up towards the line. Zaran Fong Sutton able to pull away. Takes the win there in 11.76 seconds, an average of 61.2 k's an hour. And a nice little fist bump down the back straight as well. We love to see it. So our next pair of riders up in the men's A-grade sprint. We'll have Ruben Smith, he's in the red of the Blackburn Jets, up against Angus Withington from Life in Lyra, sponsored by Terra Firma. So we'll put the sponsor spotlight on Terra Firma here. Terra Firma is a leading business and technology consulting practice that takes the time to truly understand your business and tailor solutions that fit. With deep expertise and a passion for results, they help turn strategy into reality, empowering organizations to grow, innovate, and thrive. So looking to turn some strategy into reality here is Angus Withington, who's sponsored by Terra Firma, his team Life in Lyra in the dark purple. Angus Withington, another of the riders who represented Australia in the Junior Track World Championships in the Netherlands a couple of months ago. They'll have his work cut out for him here against Ruben Smith, the rider from the Jets, qualified 4th fastest. Angus Withington only 7th fastest. But there was only a quarter of a second in their flying 200 time, so this could be a close one. So not too much in terms of tactical games with just over a lap to go. Ruben Smith going for it on the bottom of the track. Angus Withington now into his slipstream, trying to find an opportunity to come around. As they come down the back straight now, Ruben Smith still holding strong. Angus Withington, will he be able to come around at the last? Ruben Smith holds on and takes the win there. 11.13 seconds, nearly 65 k's an hour for that last 200 metres. So the last of our riders in our men's A sprint round 1, now up on track. Our 5th fastest qualifier, Aubrey Price from Bronx 1916, is up against Benjamin Woods, our 6th fastest qualifier from the Blackburn Jets. So Aubrey Price, after his win in the scratch race earlier, will be feeling confident in his sprint. In their flying 200s, there was just 0.02 of a second between these two riders. So they're pretty evenly matched. Benjamin Woods doing a good job of controlling the position of Aubrey Price here as they come in towards the bell. So Ben Woods on the bottom position there in the red jersey as they come down the back straight now. Aubrey Price trying to keep up with him. Can't quite get it done. It's going to be Benjamin Woods who comes through and takes the win. Aubrey Price looking down at his machine like there might have been an issue there. So 11.45 in that final 200 metres for Aubrey Price. So that concludes our first round of match sprints for today. We'll now have elimination racing, my personal favourite kind of track racing. We'll have the women up first. We'll be getting them onto the track shortly. So the elimination race, also known as the missing out or devil take the hindmost, is a classic form of track racing. Once riders start, there will be one rider, the last to have their back wheel cross the line, eliminated every second lap until only one remains. So 7 riders starting this race. So leading them at the moment, the tall figure of Caitlin Williamson in the white of Zero Heroes. Just behind her, Jemima Hargraves of Don't Stop Pedaling. She's the rider with the yellow jersey and the black disc wheel. Her teammate just behind her is Audrey Pritchard. She's got the yellow disc wheel. And it is the first of the riders from Team Brunks. So that's Hannah Pettit there, number 6. He's also got Billy Russell and Quinn Rothenbuehler as teammates in this race. So all 3 of them are together on the outside of the track at the moment, and our solo rider in the purple of Team Life in Lycra is Addison Tor. Okay, bell rings, 1 lap until an elimination. Riders rolling along fairly happily at the moment. You'll notice in elimination racing, generally the place where you don't want to be is pinched against the bottom of the track, and in second wheel it means you have no option whatsoever to move yourself forward if you have to, as they come up towards the line. 71 eliminated that time, Jemima Hargraves, the rider who was in that position at the bottom of the track. So Jemima Hargraves, the first rider eliminated. So bell rings again as Addison Tor now has decided the best form of defence is attack. Going up towards the front of the field here, gambling that some riders might potentially pass her by the line, but they probably won't, all will. As they come up towards the line now. Rider number 12, Caitlin Williamson, eliminated that time, the rider from Glowbird Energies. So it's Zero Heroes presented by Glowbird Energies, I should say. So again, that killer position, second wheel at the bottom of the track, just gives you no latitude whatsoever to move up and improve your position. So Addison Tor still leading here. All 3 Brunks riders still in the mix, as is Audrey Pritchard. So Pritchard trying to accelerate down the back straight there as they come around the banking. Out of turn 4 now. Coming up towards the line. It is rider number 47, Audrey Pritchard, eliminated that time through. So that leaves 3 Brunks riders. Hannah Pettit, Billy Russell and Quinn Rothenbuehler up against the 1 rider in the dark purple, Addison Tor of Life in Lycra. So 1 lap to go. I think Addison Tor knows that she might have her work cut out for her here up against 3 teammates cooperating. She almost has to slow down to let Quinn Rothenbuehler pass her to give her a chance to come back around. Not sure she's going to be able to do it though. So 3 Brunks riders pushing on at the front of the race. As it is rider number 78, Addison Tor, eliminated. So down to the final 3, all 3 from the Brunks squad. So in first position at the moment, that's Hannah Pettit, number 6. In the white helmet in second wheel is Billy Russell. And on the back for now is Quinn Rothenbuehler. So a little bit of a surge at the bell there as Billy Russell moves outside of Hannah Pettit there. Quinn Rothenbuehler also coming around the outside of her teammate. But Hannah Pettit putting up a good fight here. It could be quite close as they come up towards the line. And it is number 6, Hannah Pettit, eliminated. So that will leave just 2 Brunks riders left in this elimination race, Billy Russell and Quinn Rothenbuehler. They worked together very well as teammates for a lot of the bunch racing yesterday. Had very good progressive points races and standard points races, but their adversaries now, as it is Billy Russell who turns on the gas at the front of the field. Quinn Rothenbuehler trying to hold on, doesn't quite have the legs to stay in the slipstream of Billy Russell. So as they come up towards the line, it'll be Billy Russell of Brunks 1916 who takes the win. Second place for Quinn Rothenbuehler. Third for her teammate Hannah Pettit. So a clean sweep of the podium there for the riders from Brunks, which I'm sure will do very good things for their standings in the overall points. So our men's elimination race now out on track. So 4 riders from Bronx 1916, 2 from Don't Stop Pedaling, 2 from the Jets. Lockie Stewart in the purple towards the front there from Life in Lycra. And 1 rider in the orange of Modular Dynamics, that's Daniel Googe. So the bell rings, 1 lap until the first elimination now. And riders seeking to move up the field on the outside there. So a couple of the Bronx riders, looks like that's Sam Hudson and Thomas Williamson having to get a bit of a shift on. Lawson Franzman also there, the tall figure in the white, might potentially be in trouble as they come across the line. It is rider number 17, Lawson Franzman from Zero Heroes in the white and pink, the first rider eliminated. So bell rings again, Daniel Googe leading them now, as it is the Jets pair of Oscar Gallagher and Alasdair Norris. So Gallagher it is on the front of the bunch at the moment. The 4 riders from Bronx at the back of the field. And I think the tall figure of Thomas Williamson, the rider who gave up on that one, number 11. And it is Thomas Williamson, number 11, who's eliminated. So bell rings again, as it is Sam Hudson from Bronx who's now at the back of the field and looking to move himself up around the outside. Daniel Googe trapped against the bottom of the track there. He might struggle to survive this elimination. As they come up towards the line, it is close. It is number 40, Daniel Googe, who is eliminated. There's only 1 rider from Modular Dynamics now out of the race. So that leaves 3 from Bronx, 2 from Don't Stop Pedaling, 2 from the Jets. And then the solo rider in the dark purple is Lockie Stewart. So a couple of the Bronx riders, that's Ben Holmes and Sam Hudson now having to move up around the outside. So coming up and across the line there. Number 67, Ben Holmes eliminated that time through. So that's eliminated the numerical advantage for the Bronx riders. They're down to 2, as are the Jets and Don't Stop Pedaling. While Lockie Stewart continues to plough a lonely path for Team Life in Lycra. Alasdair Norris now on the front. And Sam Hudson, who's been trapped at or near the back for most of the last 3 laps, is really putting in a surge around the outside to try and survive this elimination. His teammate Aubrey Price, though, rider number 65, eliminated that time through. So all of a sudden there's only 1 Bronx rider left, while Don't Stop Pedaling and the Jets both have their 2 riders they started with still alive and kicking. Bell rings again, Alasdair Norris on the front now. Lockie Stewart keeping himself towards the front of affairs. As the final Bronx rider, Sam Hudson, now trying to create some space up and around the outside. He's got further to go, but he's at least got the space to do it. It'll be close on the line. And number 53, Sebastian Freer, eliminated that time. So Don't Stop Pedaling lose their first rider. So the numerical advantage now only with the Blackburn Jets. Alasdair Norris and Oscar Gallagher. It's Norris who's on the front as the bell rings again. Sam Hudson trying really hard, getting good encouragement from his Brunswick teammates in the infield. He's got some more work to do. He's been living a very dangerous life in this elimination race the last few times through. Oh, that was close. It's number 74, Alasdair Norris, eliminated that time. Can't have been much in that one. That would have been very close indeed. Sam Hudson is still in. Sam Hudson, the Bronx rider, is still in the race. I think he's realised that now, but he's got a gap of 5 or 10 metres to make up, and he's been surging hard for the last 5 or 10 minutes pretty much constantly. He's now trying to move up around the outside of Oscar Gallagher and Bryce Nichols. So 4 riders from 4 separate teams left. Oscar Gallagher trying to create some space there. A little bit of contact with Bryce Nichols at the bottom of the track. Rider eliminated that time, number 48, Bryce Nichols. So Sam Hudson's still in the mix here, along with Oscar Gallagher and Lockie Stewart. So Lockie Stewart in the purple, Oscar Gallagher in the red. Sam Hudson fighting heroically in the black of Brunks. He must have been at his max heart rate for about the last 5 minutes straight here. Does he have one more acceleration left in the tank to get him down to the final 2? Coming in towards the line now, Lockie Stewart and Oscar Gallagher there. It's been a heroic ride from Sam Hudson. He'll have to settle for 3rd as number 10 is eliminated. So a very, very classy effort there from Sam Hudson. He was on the verge of elimination about 8 separate times there. Managed to hang on and find a place in the top 3. As we're now down to our final sprint. Lockie Stewart against Oscar Gallagher, the 2 riders who went head-to-head in the Victorian State Omnium Championships. Lockie Stewart leading them down the back straight, but Oscar Gallagher now challenging around the outside. The rider in the red of the Jets challenging. He's up to the shoulder of Lockie Stewart. Will he be able to get around? They come all the way up to the line. Or Lockie Stewart, I'd say by about a foot in the end. Not even half a wheel there. A fantastic race overall. So Lockie Stewart takes 1st place. 2nd for Oscar Gallagher. A valiant 3rd in the end for Sam Hudson. It was Bryce Nichols who ended up taking 4th place. And it was Alistair Norris, Sebastian Freer, Aubrey Price, Ben Holmes took 8th place, Daniel Googe 9th, Thomas Williamson 10th, and Lawson Fransman in 11th spot. So with the conclusion of the men's and women's eliminations, we'll now move on to our 2nd round of match sprints. So we'll start out with women's B. So this will be our 1st and 5th fastest qualifiers going head-to-head. So the fastest qualifier in women's B was Alana Lake from the Jets. She's in the red in 2nd wheel. She'll be up against Indiana Plant from Life in Lycra, who's in the dark purple. So 2 laps to go now. As Indiana Plant just keeping a close eye on Alana Lake there. So Alana Lake, the rider from the Jets, had a win in her 1st round. Moves to the front of the pair now. So Alana Lake fully committed with a lap to go. Indiana Plant with some work to do to catch up to the slipstream of the Blackburn Jets rider. Lake still looking strong down the back straight. And although Indiana Plant is trying hard, she's not making any progress. So Alana Lake will take the win. Indiana Plant 2nd there. So our next pair of riders up will be our second and sixth fastest qualifiers. Our second fastest qualifier in women's B, Lexi Phillips. She's in the orange of Modular Dynamics. She'll be up against Jemima Hargraves in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. For the Don't Stop Pedaling team, sponsored by McDonald's of Bendigo and Banana Man Flooring. Our two riders in this second women's B sprint for round 2 are now off and rolling. So it is Lexi Phillips from Modular Dynamics leading the way at the moment. On the sliding scale of track sprints that are either super slow and tactical or on from the gun, this is somewhere in the middle, I would say. Lexi Phillips keeping an eye out, keeping her head on a swivel there, tempting Jemima Hargraves to fly down the inside of the track and start at her sprint early. Hargraves, for her part, not taking the bait. Both riders move down the track almost simultaneously there as they start to wind up for their final sprint. Lexi Phillips will lead them through the bell. A gap of 10 or 15 metres to Jemima Hargraves, who's got some work to do to close her down. So the rider from Modular Dynamics holding a good lead up the back straight. Tried to check over her shoulder there, just to make sure that Jemima Hargraves wasn't going to come around, but it looks like Lexi Phillips is going to take the win here. 13.98 for the final 200 metres. So our next pair of riders up from team Don't Stop Pedaling in the bright yellow, Montana Collier there. Able to be spotted from a long way away by her long brown hair. Stands out against the bright yellow jersey. And in second wheel, the third fastest qualifier among the women's B riders. That's Addison Tor of Life in Lyra. So Montana Collier holding first position here, but on the higher position of the track, really trying to coax Addison Tor into starting the sprint early. Addison Tor, for her part, happy to ride shoulder to shoulder with Montana Collier for now. Two riders still shoulder to shoulder as they wind up for the sprint. It looks like Addison Tor's going to have the lower position there, so it'll be up to Montana Collier to see if she can come around the outside. The rider from Life in Lyra leads them down the back straight. Montana Collier slowly starting to make progress. Will she be able to close the gap in time? Addison Tor checks over her shoulder and is able to hold on for the win. So 13.68 for the final 200 metres there, with the win going to Addison Tor. So a couple of reminders for riders If you are not racing at round 3, please return your jerseys to registration at the end of today. And all riders should please return their numbers as well. This is also the final call for the competitors in the Enduro Team Relay or Madison. If you'd like to participate in those events and do not have a team, work things out with some friends and come on down to the registration desk. We'll get you sorted. So our next match sprint up on the track, our 4th and 8th fastest qualifier going head to head here. 4th fastest qualifier was Lachey Madden from Don't Stop Pedaling. So she's in the bright yellow. She's just behind our only rider today representing the green of Haven Ridge. That's Michaela Tobin. And Michaela Tobin, as she did in her first race today, happy to make things very slow and tactical from the early going. Michaela Tobin still checking over her shoulder. Wants to keep Lachey Madden exactly where she can see her. Lachey Madden now starting to move up towards the blue line there. Michaela Tobin rises up the track to meet her, and Lachey Madden sees an opportunity, dives down the inside. So Michaela Tobin with a bit of work to do now. Lachey Madden opens up the sprint with just over a lap to go. Michaela Tobin charging hard from behind, sprinting out of the saddle to try and get into the slipstream of Lachey Madden. Into their final 200 metres now. Michaela Tobin is definitely making progress on Lachey Madden here. Lachey Madden holding strong on the inside of the track. Michaela Tobin almost up to her back wheel now. Won't be quite enough to get there. Lachey Madden takes the win. 14.28 seconds for that final 200 metres. But Michaela Tobin definitely made her work for it. So we'll now move on to event number 41 on our program. This is round 2 of the men's B grade sprints. So in this one we'll have our fastest qualifier from yesterday's flying 200s. That's Riley Boyd. He's in the black of Brunks in position number 1. And just behind him our 7th fastest qualifier, Daniel Googe from Modular Dynamics. So our 2 riders keeping a close eye on each other. Daniel Googe holding first position. Riley Boyd, as he showed in his first match sprint, happy to zig and zag his way up the track, try and keep his opponent guessing. Keeping Daniel Googe wondering if he's going to dummy him yet again or try and make a move down the track. They come to the bell now. Daniel Googe in front position. Riley Boyd going to try and use the banking of the track to get up to speed. As they come down the back straight there, Riley Boyd catching up to Googe at a rate of knots. They're shoulder to shoulder as they come into turn 4, coming up towards the line. Riley Boyd's going to be able to get there. So a win from the rider from Brunks, just ahead of Daniel Googe, who I have to say did quite an admirable job of not falling for the tactics of Riley Boyd there. I think Daniel Googe would have started that sprint from about the position that he would have wanted to. Just overhauled by the more powerful rider at the end there. So 11.92 for that 200 metres at the end. So our next pairing up on track, we've got two different shades of purple. In the dark purple, our second fastest qualifier in men's B is Lockie Stewart. And just of JKT Coaching, that's Cody Brown. All right, they're off and riding now. All this track riding is fun, but what's even more fun is telling people how much fun it is on social media. So if you cast your eye up to the top of one of the towers supporting the roof there, you'll see David Koroknai, our photographer, had some excellent images of the action yesterday. You can find him on Instagram at dkoroknai_photog. So DKOROKNAI_PHOTOG. Does a really great job capturing the sense of speed of some of these riders, as it's now Lockie Stewart and Cody Brown facing off. Lockie Stewart holding front position now, coming up towards the line. Cody Brown now trying to move up the banking here. Lockie Stewart trying to attack from the first position. Cody Brown will be able to get into the slipstream of the rider from Life in Lycra, but will he be able to come around? Lockie Stewart holding strong into the home straight now, and it will be a comfortable win for Lockie Stewart there ahead of Cody Brown. Final 200 metres taking just 12.28 seconds. Our next matchup will be between our third and ninth fastest qualifier in men's B for the sprint. So third fastest and in first position, Mitchell Stevens in the white of Zero Heroes, presented by Glowbird Energy. And in second position, rider number 34 of JKT Coaching, that's Ewan Grierson. So the pace fairly high in this one so far as they come through 2 laps to go. I think Mitchell Stevens gambling on his ability to come out the better if they're starting from a fairly high pace. Ewan Grierson now trying to gain an advantage. He's well and truly in the slipstream as they come up towards the bell. Grierson now tries to attack down the outside. Mitchell Stevens will hold position on the inside there. Very nearly had some contact through turn 1. Mitchell Stevens holding strong as they come into turn 3 now. Grierson trying to challenge around the outside. Will he be able to come around at the last? He's gaining ground. He's not going to get there. So it is Mitchell Stevens who takes the win in that sprint. Final 200 metres covered in 11.89 seconds. So on the fast side of 60 k's an hour there. So next up in our men's B grade match sprints, another of the riders from Zero Heroes in the red shorts there with the white and pink jersey. That's Rory Fisk. He's up against Lachlan Trenton in the all black from Brunks. All right, we are off and rolling. So Lachlan Trenton was happy to make things tactical in his first race. in our sprint competition, which was a little over an hour ago now. For those watching along at home, temperatures in Melbourne a balmy 30 degrees today. It's definitely t-shirt weather on the inside of Disc Velodrome. A great relief to anyone who's ever visited here in the winter, because it does get quite cold. So our two riders keeping a close eye on each other. Lachlan Trenton happy to lead and keep his head tilted to the right. Make sure that Rory Fisk never leaves his sight. So as they come down towards the bell now, things still fairly slow at this point. Just waiting. And the move down the inside there from Rory Fisk. Lachlan Trenton level on his shoulder as they come through turn one. Rory Fisk will lead them down the back straight. If Lachlan Trenton's going to win this, he's going to have to come around late. Rory Fisk from Zero Heroes holding good position there. Lachlan Trenton charging late, coming up towards the line. It's going to be very close. Oh, there was nothing in that one at all. 12.31 for the final 200 metres, and it was Lachlan Trenton who got that one. There would have been, if there was a tenth of a second in that, I would be very surprised. That was probably the closest match sprint we've had here all day. So an excellent little sprint there between Rory Fisk and Lachlan Trenton, with the win eventually going to the rider from Brunks. So next up is our 5 versus 11 matchup in men's B grade. The rider on the front, our 5th fastest qualifier, is Oscar Gallagher with the navy blue shorts and no disc wheel. Just behind him, rider number 29 of the Jets as well, with the black disc wheel and black shorts, is Noah Brooks. So we're going to see a matchup here between two riders from the Jets. I believe the Jets are still in the overall lead of the Blackline Track League series. We'll have a more detailed update for you at the halfway break of the day, which will be coming up after the A-grade match sprints for men and women. So Oscar Gallagher now moving up the outside there of Noah Brooks. Noah Brooks moves up to Oscar Gallagher, trying to move into that position that prevents Gallagher from diving down the track and gaining an advantage. Gallagher starts to wind up his sprint there as they come in with 1 lap to go. So it'll be Gallagher who'll have the task of coming around Noah Brooks here. Gallagher moving around the outside as they come through halfway to go. Coming out of turn 4 now, they're shoulder to shoulder. Gallagher trying to move up the outside, another close one, but Gallagher gets it. So a win there for Oscar Gallagher over his teammate Noah Brooks. So in the overall Blackline Track League series, each of the winners of these match sprints gets 5 points for their team if they win, 2 points for second place. Of course, when it was 2 teammates as it was in the last one, it's all a bit moot. But 2 riders from different teams in our 6 versus 12 matchup now. On the front there in position number 1 in the all black, that's Ben Holmes of Brunks. Just behind him, our 6th fastest qualifier, Robbie Hermkins of Team Trackion. So quite slow in the early going there. Ben Holmes trying to tempt Ravi Hermkins to come through and take the lead, which the rider from Trachyon has now done. Just looking over his shoulder, switching left and right. Eventually moves a bit higher up the track. Keeping his eyes switch to the left to try and see if Ben Holmes is going to come down and try and get the jump on him early. In the end, it's Hermkins who is the first to move. So as the rider from Trachyon comes through to get the bell, he'll have a gap of 10 or 20 metres over Ben Holmes. So the rider from Brunks with some real work to do as they come down the back straight. He is making some progress, but the gap is still pretty sizable as they head into turn 3. Ravi Hermkins looks strong all the way to the line here as he comes up, so he'll take the win for Trachyon. 12.11 for the last 200 metres for that sprint. So 5 points to the overall team tally of Team Trachyon. Ben Holmes will take 2 for the Brunks squad. So we'll now move on to event number 42 on your program, the second round of women's A-grade sprints. We'll have our first and fifth fastest qualifier in this first heat. Fastest qualifiers in second wheel, that's Emma Stevens of Team Trachyon, and our rider at the front, Paige Squire of the Jets, our fifth fastest qualifier. So Emma Stevens has had a pretty successful weekend of track sprinting here. Fastest qualifier in the Flying 200 yesterday. Winner of her round 1 sprint race. And the winner of the Kieran yesterday as well. So Paige Squire has decided that the best option is to attack early and try and catch Emma Stevens off guard. She'll hold the lead as they come in towards the bell, but Emma Stevens is closing quickly. The Trachyon rider making the pass there as they come into turn 1. Paige Squire, I don't think will have the gas to try and hold the wheel of the rider in the bright pink. So Emma Stevens will come through and get the win here. Crosses the line in 12.13 for that last 200 metres. So the win going to Emma Stevens of Team Trachyon there. So our next pair of riders coming up to the start line. Rider number 2, sorry, our second fastest qualifier, I should say, wearing number 49, is Hope Harnetti. She's in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. She'll be racing against our 6th fastest qualifier in Women's A, April Catt, who's in the purple of JKT Coaching. So April Catt, originally from South Australia. Hope Harnetti from Castlemaine Cycling Club here in Victoria. So Hope Harnetti comes through 2 laps to go with a bit of a lead over April Catt. Keeping her head fixed to the right, waiting for the rider from JKT Coaching to try and make a move. Pace begins to increase now with a lap and a half to go. This one I don't think will be too tactical. This will just be raw watts here. Hope Harnetti flying down the inside of the track. April Cat trying to use the banking to gain a bit of extra speed. She's into the slipstream of Harnetti. Comes up towards her back wheel now, but will she have the power to get around? Hope Harnetti of Don't Stop Pedaling. Holding inside position there. Holding onto the lead. Holding onto the win. 12.35 seconds for that final 200 metres. So Hope Harnetti getting the win there over April Cat. And we thank everyone who's watching live on the live stream on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. We've had a few folks commenting so far. So Owen Grierson has commented, "Let's go Ewan, lots of love from Nana and Pop." Antoinette May, loving the weekend of racing and great job on the commentary and filming for us to enjoy working hard from the sofa. So it's a fantastic volunteer team of mums and dads who are working hard to bring this live stream to us, not only allowing loved ones to be able to watch live from home, but also allowing the riders to go back and watch a bit later on. So our two riders in our 3rd versus 7th sprint are now off and racing. This is Ella Liang from Trackyon, who's in the bright pink in position number 1. Just on her wheel is Ruby McLean of Don't Stop Pedaling. So just a quarter of a second separated these two riders in their flying 200s yesterday, which I think would indicate that this one might be fairly closely matched. Ella Liang, a representative for Australia at the Junior World Track Championships in the Netherlands earlier this year. Ruby McLean has also put forward some very good efforts today, had a very strong turn in her squad's team sprint, which started out the racing this morning. So Ella Liang has got quite a bit of space there from Ruby McLean. So Ruby McLean with some work to do to catch and pass the rider from Team Trackyon now. Has she left the gap a little bit too big? She is managing to close it down. Ella Liang with 5 or 10 metres as they come into the final turn. Straightening up now for the run to the line, and it will be Ella Liang who holds on. 12.84 I should say, for that final 200 metres. So the win going there to Ella Liang of Team Trackyon over Ruby McLean of Don't Stop Pedaling. So our next sprint will be between riders who qualified 4th and 8th in Women's A. So that will pit Emily Watch from Zero Heroes in the white up against Maddie Pitt from Modular Dynamics in the orange. Just 0.22 of a second separated these two riders in their flying 200s yesterday. So they should be quite evenly matched, I would think. So both riders watching each other early on. Emily Watch quite happy to cramp the style of Maddie Pitt there. Holding it very high up on the banking, almost against the railing. So both riders about as high up on the banking as you can go there. Emily Watch doing a good job of keeping Maddie Pitt in a controllable position. Maddie Pitt now using the extra leverage from the banking there to try and surge around the outside. Emily Watch sees her coming, so they'll be shoulder to shoulder as they start the final lap. So Emily Watch holding inside position there over Maddie Pitt as they come down the back straight. Maddie Pitt going to try and hop out of the slipstream of Emily Watch there and come around at the last. Emily Watch still looking good. Just checks over her right-hand shoulder to make sure she keeps the advantage to the line. Indeed she does. 12.41 for the final 200 metres, 58 k's an hour even. So that concludes our second round of women's A-grade sprints. We're now moving on to event 43 on your program. This is round 2 of the men's A-grade sprints. So this first matchup will pit our fastest qualifier, Xavier Bland, in the pink of Trachyon, up against the 6th fastest qualifier, Benjamin Woods, in the red of the Jets. So Xavier Bland, rider in the pink of Trachyon, wearing the blue shorts of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Another rider who's had quite a successful weekend of track sprinting so far. So pace fairly high so far. Benjamin Woods trying to keep Xavier Bland high on the track. We've seen other riders in a similar position trying to attack from about this point, 1 lap to go. But both riders still very high, as it's now Benjamin Woods who dives down the inside of the track. Xavier Bland will have some work to do. So the rider from Trachyon now looking to come up and around Ben Woods. Indeed he does. So the rider from the team Trachyon in the pink there coming up towards the finish line now, and he will take the win. So another win there for Xavier Bland, just ahead of Benjamin Woods. So our next pair of riders on track will be our 2nd and 7th fastest qualifier. So 2nd fastest qualifier was Mitchell Louis. He's in the royal blue of team Muz Magic. He'll be up against Angus Withington of Life in Lyra in the dark purple. Both riders now off and racing. So Angus Withington holding first position at the moment, one of the riders who represented Australia at the Track World Championships earlier this year. He will have gotten to know Mitchell Louis quite well on that trip, because Mitchell Louis also represented Australia at Apeldoorn in the Netherlands in the Junior World Track Championships. So they will be reasonably familiar with each other's game here. Angus Withington dives low, then goes high. Mitchell Louis dancing up and down the track here. Now keeping a nice high position. Both riders looking at diving down the track, trying to gain maximum advantage. They come into 1 lap to go. Both riders start their sprint almost simultaneously there. Into the final 200 metres now. Mitchell Louis from Team Muz Magic moving around the outside of Angus Withington. Withington not giving up on the effort though. He'll challenge Louis all the way to the line, but he's not going to get there. Mitchell Louis takes the win, 11.56 seconds, more than 62 k's an hour for that final 200 metres. So our next two riders to go head-to-head in a match sprint be Zaran Fong Sutton in the yellow of Team Don't Stop Pedaling. He'll be up against Will Amelius from Muz Magic in the royal blue. Some excellent images there coming to us from trackside, getting us up close and personal with the riders. So Zaran Fong Sutton, who had a very good race earlier on today. The team Don't Stop Pedaling squad with an excellent team sprint. So Will Amelius there, rider number 5 from Balmoral, in the colours of Team Muz Magic. Zaran Fong Sutton in second place. Pace fairly high for now. Not too much looking around or tactical games being played, at least for now. Zaran Fong Sutton starts to wind up his sprint and dives down the inside of the track. So it will be the rider in the yellow who'll be in first position as they come into turn 1 on the final lap. So Zaran Fong Sutton will lead them down the back straight. Will Amelius making some ground on the rider in the yellow. Will he be able to come around in the final few metres? He's making a charge. He doesn't quite get there. Zaran Fong Sutton manages to hold on. 10.92 for that final 200 metres. So that'll be up there with some of the fastest 200 metres we've seen in any sprint today. So our next men's A-grade sprint matchup for round 2 will pit Ruben Smith of the Jets in the red, our 4th fastest qualifier, up against Max Woodruff from Team Zero Heroes in the white. Both riders keeping a little bit more space between them than we've seen in some of our other matchups. Not too keen to get up in each other's business at the moment. Max Woodruff holding first position, waiting for Ruben Smith to start his acceleration now. Both riders moving up the track a little bit. Max Woodruff sees Ruben Smith start to make his final sprint. Coming in towards the bell now. Just about level as they get the bell. Ruben Smith moving around the outside. Now takes first position down the back straight. Max Woodruff digging hard to try and hold on to the wheel of the rider from the Blackburn Jets. He's not going to be able to do it, so a comfortable win there for Ruben Smith. So another 5 points to the tally of our overall leaders, the Blackburn Jets. And a nice little fist bump down the back straight as well. So good to see the camaraderie between our riders there. A good little sprint, 11.28 seconds for the final 200 metres. And the next race will be our last of our men's A-grade sprints and our last race before we take a 20-minute break for lunch. So in this last race, we'll see our 5th fastest qualifier in men's A. That's Aubrey Price in the black of Brunks, up against rider number 4, Sebastian Topping, in the blue of Muz Magic. So a quarter of a second separated the flying 200 times of these two riders yesterday. Anticipating this should be quite a close matchup here. So Aubrey Price with a win earlier today in the scratch race, who was able to outduel Lockie Stewart in a furious last lap sprint. Sebastian Topping, part of the Muz Magic team that posted one of the fastest times in the mixed team sprint earlier, as Aubrey Price has decided to wind it up early with a lap and a half to go. He's going long here. We'll see if Sebastian Topping is up to the challenge. So Aubrey Price will lead them into the back straight. Sebastian Topping draws level with the back wheel of Aubrey Price now, coming shoulder to shoulder as they come into the final turn. Coming up towards the line, going to be very close. Aubrey Price just holds on. 11.17 seconds, 64.5 k's an hour over that last 200 metres. So an absolutely fantastic final sprint there between those two riders. So we'll now have a 20-minute break before racing resumes, and we'll look forward to your company then. And we welcome back those of you joining us on the Oz Cycling live stream here for the Blackline Track League. We thank everyone who's tuned in this afternoon. We've got an excellent afternoon of track racing coming up after our 20-minute break, which has just concluded. So first up will be our team relay points races. So there'll be two of these races. One is focused for sprinters and one for enduro riders. So the enduro riders will be a 40-lap race with one male and one female per team. So two sprints in the race. One rider must contest each sprint per team, so you can't just have one rider doing both sprints. So we'll have our female riders on the track first. After the first sprint is held at 25 laps to go, they can touch their partner in order to officially change over. So you can either have just tapping someone on the back or the hand, or if you feel confident, you can do a full Madison sling. So, and then the points of those sprints will go 6 deep, 10 points for first, 7 for second, 5 for third, 3 for fourth, 2 for fifth, and 1 for sixth. Then we'll have a sprinters version of the same race, but 18 laps instead of 40. Again, 2 rider teams, 1 male, 1 female. So 1 rider racing on track at any time, female riders to start first. And there's an exchange window after the first sprint, which is at 10 laps to go of the 18-lap race, and then before 8 laps to go. So there's a short window there where the female riders will have to exchange with their male partners, and then so both riders will have to do 1 sprint each. Again, 10 points for first, 7 points for second, 5 points for third, 2 points for fourth, 1 point for fifth. So that will be the first event on the track after the lunch break. I can see a few riders starting to warm up already. After that, we'll have round 3 of our match sprints. We'll have the women's Madison 60-lap race, then the finals of our match sprints, and then the open Madison. So that can be men or mixed teams, 60 laps for them as well. That will take us through to around about 3 o'clock, where we'll conclude the day's racing and have some presentations. So as we get ready to start the afternoon's racing here at Darebin International Sports Centre, we'll give you a quick rundown on the point scores of the teams in round 2 of the Blackline Track League so far. So this is all the points scored this weekend. Currently the team with the most points this weekend is the squad in black, Brunks 1916. They have 853 points. Second place so far this weekend is the yellow team, Don't Stop Pedaling, 585 points. Then it's the squad in red, the Blackburn Jets, 517 points. Then in the dark purple, team Life in Lyra with 348 points. Then team Trachyon, the squad in the bright pink, 302 points. Zero Heroes, the squad in white with the pink stripe around the centre, 255 points. Team Muz Magic in the royal blue, 161 points. JKT, the light purple, 121 points so far, and Modular Dynamics, 110 points so far this weekend. If we add those onto the points tables from round 1 to give a full leaderboard of the whole Blackline Track League so far, currently leading the series overall are the Blackburn Jets on 1,332 points. After starting in 9th place at the start of the weekend, Brunks 1916 are all the way up to 2nd place, 1,147 points. Team Don't Stop Pedaling are 3rd with 1,117 points. Then it is Zero Heroes on 836. Trachyon are 5th with 821. Modular Dynamics are 6th with 689. Team Muz Magic are 7th with 529. They're just 2 points ahead of the 8th placed team Life in Lyra in the dark purple. They're on 527 points overall. Then team JKT in the light purple are on 519. And in 10th spot at the moment, Team Haven Ridge with 381 points in the overall competition. That's how things stand at the moment, but of course with an afternoon of full-blooded track racing ahead of us, those are sure to change quickly. So as we're getting ready for the first race of the afternoon's action, just a reminder that entries are open for round 3 of the Blackline Track League at the end of this month. So it'll be November 29th and 30th over in Adelaide. So entries are still open. Team managers, just double check if your squad are all entered. If not, there's still plenty of time to get their name down on the list. And make sure we can have a nice full contingent of folks over in the City of Churches at the end of this month for the third and final round of the Blackline Track League. And if you're not sure if you're entered, best to hop onto Entry Boss, double check, and make sure you get that squared away when you have 5 spare minutes.
Should I point the camera at you?
So we're just getting our squads ready now for the sprint teams relay. This will be an 18-lap race. So teams comprise of one male and one female rider. I'll just run you through the teams now. From the Jets, we have Benjamin Woods and Alana Lake in the red jerseys. Also from the Jets, another team, Alasdair Norris and Paige Squire. From team Don't Stop Pedaling in the yellow, we have Ruby McLean and Bryce Nichols. On one of the Muz Magic, we have a composite team of Will Amelius and Maddie Pitt. From Zero Heroes, we have Emily Watch, partnered with Rory Fisk. From Brunks 1916, we have Hannah Pettit and Riley Boyd. Another composite team, Michaela Tobin from Haven Ridge and Lachlan Trenton from Brunks. Then another composite team, Just Keep Pedaling, Lachey Madden from Don't Stop Pedaling and Benjamin Holmes from Brunks. Modular Dynamics, two riders in the orange will be Lexi Phillips and Daniel Googe. And then Life in Lyra will have a team of Addison Torr and Lockie Stewart. So our women will start us off in the 18-lap race. They will have a sprint at 10 laps to go. After that sprint has concluded, they will have 2 laps to hand over to their male partner. The exchange can be a Madison hand sling or just a touch on the shoulder or arm. So it effectively means that we'll have 1 sprint for the women, 1 sprint for the men. Sprint points awarded to the first 6 riders over the line. 10 points for first, 7 points for second, 5 points for third, 3 points for fourth, 2 points for fifth, and 1 point for sixth. So we can see our male riders lining up on the top half of the track here. So Commissaire's just giving the riders the final briefing there before we wave our female riders onto the track. So our women's riders rolling around now, just waiting for everyone to be in one continuous bunch before the whistle blows and we start. So at the moment it's Paige Squire from the Jets in first position. Looks like that might be Lachey Madden in the yellow or Don't Stop Pedaling currently in second. It's actually Ruby McLean in second spot as the whistle blows. So our women's bunch off and rolling now. Our men's riders just waiting at the top of the track. So an 18-lap race. First sprint will happen at 10 laps to go, so it will just be the women contesting that one. Then after that first sprint, the women have 2 laps to tag their male partner. They can either do a Madison-style hand sling or just a touch exchange. Right, Michaela Tobin leads them through here. Hands off the pacemaking there to Alana Lake. As the gents now take to the track. Now only the women the women's bunch is considered to be racing at this time, so the men's bunch will take things very easy for the first few laps. The hardest bit of their race is still well and truly in front of them. So Lachey Madden just swings out of the way. Addison Tor now coming through for a turn. Hannah Pettit from Brunks just behind her. So all of our male riders staying well above the blue line there, keeping themselves out of trouble. Just keeping the legs turning over for now as the pace in the women's bunch begins to ratchet up. So Emily Watt from Zero Heroes in the white now coming through to the front of this bunch. 2.5 laps to go until the women's sprint. Points awarded to the first 6 riders over the line as we see a move from one of the riders from the Jets. That is number 30 there. Paige Squire is the rider who is on the move. A little bit further back, one of the riders from Muz Magic there trying to close the gap. As is Paige Squire's teammate Alana Lake. That's Maddie Pitt, who's in the blue of Muz Magic there. Being challenged around the outside by Ruby McLean. Ruby McLean now trying to come around the outside of Paige Squire, who's put in a long effort. She will get some points, but Ruby McLean will take the points for first place. So Ruby McLean takes 10 points for first place. I think it was second for Paige Squire. She'll get 7, and then it will be Maddie Pitt, I think it was, as I can see a couple of exchanges have taken place. A couple of riders opting for the Madison hand sling. Just a tap on the hand there between the two Don't Stop Pedaling riders, Ruby McLean and Bryce Nichols. As it is now Lockie Stewart who's coming through. They'll have to come around a couple of riders waiting to make the tag as Michaela Tobin tags her partner Lockie Trenton. So at the front of our men's race, we have Lockie Stewart. It looks like that's Ben Woods from the Blackburn Jets who's in his wheel. So Woods now coming through. For a turn. Hands it back over to Lockie Stewart. Further back, Rory Fisk from Zero Heroes with the red shorts there. He's leading Bryce Nickel. And I think that's Will Amelius there from Muz Magic in third. It is. Just a little bit further behind them is Riley Boyd, who's having to put in an effort to try and bridge up to that second chasing group. So 5 laps to go now. So Lockie Stewart and Ben Woods at the front of this race. 4 riders in the bunch behind. Alistair Norris almost ready to make the junction into that second peloton. As our leading pair continue to exchange turns smoothly. As behind it is Bryce Nichols, Will Amelius, Riley Boyd, Rory Fisk and Alistair Norris who are chasing. Impetus I think might have gone out of the chase a little bit here. So coming into 2 laps to go. Lockie Stewart and Ben Woods still leading this race. The Life in Lyra rider just letting Ben Woods, the rider from the Blackburn Jets, come through for a turn. As behind the pace is picked up in the chasing peloton. So Lockie Stewart now coming around the outside. 2 laps to go for our leaders as they just come past Ben Holmes. So coming in towards the bell now. Ben Woods will lead them through. Lockie Stewart in second place at the moment. These two were very evenly matched in some of the sprints earlier on. Interesting to see how this goes. Lockie Stewart starts to wind it up for a long way out. Does Ben Woods have the gas to go with him? It doesn't look like he will. So as Lockie Stewart rounds the final bend and comes up towards the line, he will take first place and 10 points. Second for Ben Woods. I think it will be third for Alistair Norris of the Jets, Will Amelius, and then Bryce Nichols. So we'll have to see how the points shook out there. Team Don't Stop Pedaling of Ruby McLean and Bryce Nichols should be up amongst the final results.
I think your radio's on channel 2, it should be on channel 1.
So as our sprint teams relay squads cool down and make their way off the track, we'll get our enduro teams relay riders ready to go. So in the enduro teams relay, we will have a pair of riders from Don't Stop Pedaling, Audrey Pritchard partnering Sebastian Freer. 2 squads from Brunks 1916. In the black, one will be the pair of Billy Russell and Sam Hudson. The other will be Thomas Williamson and Quinn Rothenbuehler. From Zero Heroes in the white, we will have Caitlin Williamson teaming up with Lawson Fransman. And in the dark purple of Life in Lycra, Addison Tor will be partnering up with Lockie Stewart, who has hopefully just about managed to gain his breath back after winning the final sprint in the sprint teams relay just before. So just a quick pause for a conference between our commissaires before we get our enduro teams relay out on the track. So similar rules to the sprint team relay. 2 main sprints between the male and female riders. So 1 rider male, 1 rider female per team. Women will start first. They'll have their first sprint at 25 laps to go. Then they've got 10 whole laps to make the choice of when they swap over to their partner. And then the second sprint will be on the last lap. As with the previous race, points awarded for the first 6 finishes over the line. 10 points for first, 7 for second, 5 for third, 3 for fourth, 2 for fifth, 1 for sixth. And as with the last race, the exchange can either be a Madison handsling or just a simple touch. So our men's riders in this enduro teams relay just taking their positions at the top of the track. As with the last race, they'll stay there for a couple of minutes before they're released. So our 5 women's riders now taking to the track. First position there in the black of Brunks is Billy Russell. Just behind her in the purple of Life in Lycra is Addison Torr. In third wheel in the white and pink, that's Caitlin Williamson of Zero Heroes. Quinn Rothenbuehler, the second rider in the black there on the red bike. And then Audrey Pritchard from Don't Stop Pedaling with the matching bright yellow jersey and bright yellow disc wheel. So the first sprint for our women's riders will be at 25 laps to go. After that, they've got a 10-lap window where they can choose to pick their moment to hand over to their male teammate. Some riders, if they're absolutely gassed, might want to hand over pretty quickly, but if you're feeling good, you might want to hang on a little bit longer if you can. Caitlin Williamson now at the front of this race. So we'll have points go all the way down. All 5 riders will score points in this first sprint. 10 points for first, 7 points for second, 5 points for third, 3 points for fourth, and even if you're at the back of the field, you'll still get 2 points. So Addison Torr, the rider from Bendigo and District Cycling Club with that white disc wheel, just swings up the track and lets someone else have a turn. Audrey Pritchard, the rider in the yellow, just picking up the pace a little bit here as they're now 10 laps out from that first sprint. Our men's riders have been let go, so they'll be taking it nice and easy, mostly staying above the blue line for their first few laps. They won't be in the action for another 5 or so minutes. The men's bunch just keeping things ticking over for the time being, as it's Billy Russell who's now on the front of the women's field. Be interesting to see how some of the tactics play out, especially in terms of the handover. We saw in the last race, Lockie Stewart of Life in Lycra was tagged in very quickly after that first sprint by his partner. Was able to push hard and hold it all the way to the line with some assistance from Ben Woods of the Jets. Be interesting to see if there's a similar tactic employed this time around, especially considering that he would have to go from a lot further out. A bit of a surge now from Billy Russell here as we come into 5 laps until that first sprint. So the rider from Brunks checks over her shoulder, her teammate Quinn Rothenbuehler, although technically her rival in this event. Her squad mate Quinn Rothenbuehler is chasing from behind. Caitlin Williamson in the white of Zero Heroes leading the 3 chasers a bit further back. Audrey Pritchard just in her wheel and Addison Torr on the back of the women's field. So Billy Russell, despite her prowess in the endurance sprints yesterday, trusting herself to go with the long-range effort here for the 10 points. Possibly hoping to gain as much space as she can on the rest of the field before she hands over to her partner Sam Hudson. So 2 laps to go until that first sprint. Billy Russell still holding a gap of 20 or 30 metres over Quinn Rothenbuehler. The gap is probably the same size again to the chasing trio behind. Addison Torr in the purple now leading ahead of Caitlin Williamson and Audrey Pritchard. So the bell rings, 1 lap to go until the first sprint of the event. Billy Russell ahead of Quinn Rothenbuehler here. Caitlin Williamson trying to lift the tempo in the trio chasing behind. Audrey Pritchard and Addison Torr also quite close behind there. So as they come through to complete the first sprint, 10 points for the Bronx team of Billy Russell, I should say. 7 for Quinn Rothenbuehler in second place. 5 for third, Caitlin Williamson. 2 for fourth spot. That was Audrey Pritchard, and then 5th for Addison Torr, who's now handed over to Lockie Stewart. Lockie Stewart now zooms past Thomas Williamson. Billy Russell, almost a victim of her own success, has to keep driving down the back straight there before she can hand over to her partner Sam Hudson. Sam Hudson now dropping down the track. Hand extended, waiting for the Madison sling. Billy Russell comes through. And there is the sling between the two partners, but it's 100 metres at least that Sam Hudson will have to make up on the leading duo of Lockie Stewart and Tom Williamson. So the thought of chopping off with Lockie Stewart for 20 laps is not one that a lot of riders will relish, but Tom Williamson is giving himself a chance here. The rider in the dark purple as the exchange is made behind the last of our exchanges between Caitlin Williamson and Lawson Fransman now. So all riders have made their exchanges, so all 5 teams have now swapped over. So the men's riders are now on track. Our 2 leaders, Tom Williamson and Lockie Stewart, just come through. They get 20 laps to go, so we're now halfway through this enduro team relay. Tom Williamson and Lockie Stewart leading them down the back straight. In third spot at the moment is Sam Hudson. A little bit further back, it is Lawson Fransman and Sebastian Freer, who are in 4th and 5th. So at the moment, the best positioned team in this event is the team of Quinn Rothenbuehler and Thomas Williamson. Quinn Rothenbuehler was second in that opening sprint. Thomas Williamson currently holding on to second position on the track for now, with the second sprint 18 laps away. So our leading bunch now 4 riders strong. Given that Sebastian Freer and Lawson Fransman are a lap down, their teams will lose 10 points each. And then the sole rider not in this group is Billy Russell's partner, Sam Hudson, who's about 100 metres behind, driving hard to try and get back across to our leading quartet. We now have 15 laps to go. It's a lot easier said than done to get across that kind of gap when there are 4 riders cooperating smoothly in front and you have to do all the work yourself. But Sam Hudson put in a very, very spirited effort to finish 3rd in the elimination race earlier today. So not a rider who's short on courage. So our 1 chasing rider behind our leading 4 is in the team who are in the lead at the moment. So Sam Hudson's partner, Billy Russell, won that first sprint and got 10 points. Thomas Williamson's partner, Quinn Rothenbuehler, got 2nd place. So of our leading 4, the best placed team at the moment is the Brunk squad of Williamson, who's currently in the black there in 3rd position out of 4. Then after that, it's Lockie Stewart and his partner Addison Torr, who are in 3rd place. Addison Torr got 2 points at that first sprint. Sam Hudson bows the head, continuing to push now with coming up 10 laps to go. So Lockie Stewart leads our main bunch of 4. Sebastian Freer in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling is in second wheel. Lawson Fransman of Zero Heroes, presented by Glowbird Energy, in the white and pink, is now in second wheel. And then the tall figure of Thomas Williamson in the black there. In the best positioned team, will he be able to deliver a strong result in that next sprint? Sam Hudson's really got the bit between his teeth. His team earned 10 points in that first sprint, but all that good work will be undone if the field behind manages to catch him for a lap. If they do manage to catch him, he will at least have the opportunity to fight for the final sprint, potentially earn some of those points back. So the gap now about 50 metres between our main bunch of 4 and Sam Hudson. It looks like they're going to be able to close the gap to the Bronx rider in the white helmet there, who swings up the track and accepts his fate. So his team will lose 10 points, but he will have a chance to try and catch his breath for a couple of laps and then throw down in that final sprint. So with Sam Hudson being caught, his team score reverts to 0, which means our new leader on the track is Thomas Williamson, who also comes through to front position now, rider number 4. Then it's Lockie Stewart of Life in Lycra on 2 points. Sam Hudson is in third wheel in the white helmet. He is on 0 at the moment. And then minus 5 points for Lawson Fransman of Zero Heroes in the white. And currently in last spot is Seb Freer of Don't Stop Pedaling, who's in the yellow. So coming into 2 laps to go now, Lockie Stewart starts to push the pace. Lawson Fransman just adjusts his glasses before making sure that he's in the slipstream. Sam Hudson also in a good spot there after chasing solo on his own for so long. He's put himself in a good spot to be in the mix on this last lap. There's the bell. Lawson Fransman now trying to move around the outside of Lockie Stewart and grab the 10 points available for first. Lockie Stewart's been working pretty hard, and he raced in the sprint enduro earlier. I think he's a bit tired. Lawson Fransman comes up towards the line. He's going to get the win. Lockie Stewart in second. Sam Hudson challenged him all the way to the line. Didn't quite get there. So he will take third place. And I think it was 4th for Sebastian Freer and 5th for Thomas Williamson. And what that has done to the overall points, I have no idea. But an excellent enduro team relay there. Well done to all involved. I think if my maths is right, there will be a tie on 9 points each between the dark purple Life in Lycra squad of Addison Tor and Lockie Stewart and the Bronx 1916 team of Thomas Williamson and Quinn Rothenbuehler. Then again, maths was never my strong subject in school, so I'll wait for confirmation before I say that for certain. And results And results of the enduro team relay. I think my maths was right. It was a tie between Life in Lycra and Brunks 1916 on 9 points each. The tiebreaker goes to Team Life in Lycra for the better positioning in that last sprint. Third place, Zero Heroes on 5 points. Again, winning by tiebreaker from the second Brunks 1916 team because Lawson Fransman was the winner of that final sprint. And in 5th place, Team Don't Stop Pedaling. So our next set of events up on track are going to be round 3 of the match sprints. So first up will be our women's B grade riders for round 3. And our first pairing will be the fastest qualifier yesterday, Alana Lake of the Jets, up against Lachey Madden of Team Don't Stop Pedaling. Good to see the comments still pouring in on the live stream over on the Oz Cycling YouTube page. Thanks for those who are joining us. There's about 50 folks on there at the moment. And I think we might have some riders out here today doing a few streams of their races and their friends' races a bit later on. So this race will pit Alana Lake versus Lachey Madden. Alana Lake in the red of the series leading Blackburn Jets. Lachey Madden in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, who are currently in 3rd place overall, or at least they were at the start of the second half of today's racing. Pace reasonably high for a match sprint now, as they're coming in towards a lap and a half to go. Lachey Madden decides to fire up early down the back straight. Alana Lake very, very still and powerful in 2nd position, trying to get across the gap. Coming in towards the home straight, a full standing sprint there from Lachey Madden. Alana Lake trying to track her down. The rider in red comes up around the outside. Will Lachey Madden have anything left in the tank to try and respond? Alana Lake looks like she's going to grab this one, so the rider from the Jets comes through to take the win. Covers that final 200 metres in 13.31 seconds, about 54 k's an hour. And some more points in the pocket for the squad of the Jets. So a reminder, in our match sprints, if you win your race, you get 5 points for your team. If you don't quite get the chocolates, you'll get 2 points. So our next pair of riders up are our 2nd and 5th fastest qualifiers in Women's B. 2nd fastest qualifier in the orange of Modular Dynamics is Lexi Phillips, and our 5th fastest qualifier in the dark purple of Life in Lycra is Indiana Plant. So great to see two riders in this race who have teams sponsored by exterior, non-cycling sponsors. Modular Dynamics sponsoring the team in orange and Team Terra Firma sponsoring the Life in Lycra squad in the dark purple. So 2 laps to go now as Indiana Plant now moves down the track. Trying to get a bit of a jump here on her rival Lexi Phillips. Full standing sprint with good form there from Indiana Plant. Lexi Phillips with a little bit of work to do. Gradually closing down the gap as they come up towards the bell. So the bell rings. Lexi Phillips now is going to have to try and move up and around the outside of Indiana Plant over this last lap. The rider in purple not letting her have it for free. Lexi Phillips now shoulder to shoulder, possibly just ahead of Indiana Plant as they come into the home straight. And it will be Lexi Phillips of Modular Dynamics taking the win. 13.61 for that final 200 metres. So our third matchup in our women's B grade sprints will be between Addison Tor in the purple of Life in Lycra versus Michaela Tobin, our sole rider at round 2, representing the green colours of Haven Ridge. Given that Haven Ridge's logo is a combination of green and pink, it's matched very nicely with her helmet. So I've got to think that's worth a few tenths of a second right there. So coming into 2 laps to go now. Addison Tor just keeping an eye on Michaela Tobin here. The rider in the green, sizing up her competition here. Addison Tor decides to accelerate from the front, the rider in the purple. Be up to Michaela Tobin to try and jump in the slipstream and see if she can get past. Addison Tor of Life in Lycra with a good lead as they come through to take the bell. It's probably 20 metres. Michaela Tobin with some work to do to get back across to the rider in purple from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Addison Tor just checks over her shoulder there. She's got a good lead coming into turn 3. One more check over the shoulder to make sure she's got her rival in check. Indeed she does. 15.15 seconds for that final 200 metres. And a victory there for Addison Tor and another 5 points in the coffers of Team Life in Lycra. And our 4th and final matchup for round 3 of the women's B grade sprints is going to pit 2 teammates together, Montana Collier and Jemima Hargraves, both of Don't Stop Pedaling. Jemima Hargraves in the white helmet and the matchy yellow ribbon in her hair. Montana Collier in first position there with the black helmet. Jemima Hargraves in first position there, just keeping an eye on her teammate Montana Collier. Pace starts to increase with a lap and a half to go. Montana Collier looks to be committing to an attack down the right-hand side. So as they come in towards the bell, Montana Collier in the black helmet will lead them through. It'll be up to Jemima Hargraves to see if she can close the gap and maybe challenge towards the line. The gap is only about 10 metres. And a little bit of a nervous look over the shoulder from Montana Collier there, almost expecting Jemima Hargraves to challenge her. Hargraves is closing in. This one's going to be really close at the line. They come up towards the finish. Montana Collier holds on by about half a bike length, 14.36 for that final 200 metres, about 56 k's an hour. So we've got our next two riders out on track. This is round 3 of the men's B grade sprint, hitting our fastest qualifier, Riley Boyd, against the 5th fastest qualifier, Oscar Gallagher of the Jets. Riley Boyd in the front position in the black of Team Brunks. And I swear we're rolling through these events pretty quickly here. The only thing sprinting faster than these riders is me when I need a bathroom break. So Riley Boyd and Oscar Gallagher, these two will have faced each other in Victorian competition a number of times. Oscar Gallagher trying to get some momentum, dives down to the inside of the track there. So Oscar Gallagher will attack from the low position there. 1 lap to go, keeps his head on a swivel there, watching for the position of Riley Boyd. The Bronx rider trying to move around the outside there in the black. Oscar Gallagher not giving up on the inside, the rider in the red. This one's going to be really close as they come up towards the line. Riley Boyd just able to power away. More than 60 k's an hour in that final 200 metres, 11.83. So quite an evenly matched duel there between Boyd and Gallagher, eventually going the way of the rider from Brunks. And some warm applause from the crowd as well. So our next pair of riders on track, riders number 2 and 6 in terms of qualifying for men's B grade. Second fastest qualifier is in second position, that's Lockie Stewart. He'll be up against the 6th fastest qualifier, Ravi Hermkins. One thing that might be playing to the advantage of Ravi Hermkins here is that after racing and winning the sprints in both the enduro sprint relay and the team sprint relay, Lockie Stewart might be perhaps a little tired, given that he's been out on the track pretty consistently for the past hour. So that might be one thing playing to the advantage of the rider in the pink from Team Tracyon, who surges through the line with 2 laps to go. Lockie Stewart with a bit of a gap to make up here for the rider in purple. So a lap and a half to go. Ravi Hermkins really putting it all on the table here. Comes out of turn 4 and up towards the bell. He's still got a gap of about 10 metres on Lockie Stewart. Lockie Stewart's going to have to dig really hard here. Ravi Hermkin still looking strong as he comes down the back straight. Lockie Stewart really starts to close the gap now. Shoulder to shoulder as they come into turn 3. Will Lockie Stewart have enough to come up and around at the outside? He will. Lockie Stewart just manages to get across. 11.91 seconds for the final 200 metres there. Really fascinating battle of tactics there between Ravi Hermkins and Lockie Stewart. It almost seemed as though Ravi Hermkins was able to catch Lockie Stewart by surprise by going from long range. Normally that's Lockie's move. So our next two riders taking to the track will be Daniel Googe from Modular Dynamics up against Mitchell Stevens from Zero Heroes. Daniel Googe in the orange there, one of the older riders in this field, not least given away by the fact that he's able to grow a full beard, which I'm sure not all of the riders in the men's field would be able to say is true. Something that I certainly can't say for myself even after 35 years. So Mitchell Stevens up against Daniel Googe here. Googe in first position looking up the track. Just 0.4 of a second between these two riders in their flying 200 yesterday. A little bit of a dummy move there by Mitchell Stevens. Trying to get inside the head of Daniel Googe, who decides to open things up from a long way out. Sprints with a lap and 3/4 to go. Has got a couple of lengths on Mitchell Stevens, but he will have wanted more from that attack as they come in with 1 lap to go. Mitchell Stevens from Zero Heroes now moving around the outside of Daniel Googe, looking strong as he comes down the back straight. And I don't think Daniel Googe has got the gas in the tank to come back across. So Mitchell Stevens will go out the winner there of this sprint. So 5 more points into the account of Team Zero Heroes, 2 for Team Modular Dynamics. So our next pairing of sprinters on track in men's B grade, our 4th fastest qualifier, Lachlan Trenton from Bronx 1916 in the black, will be taking on Noah Brooks from the Jets, who qualified 11th fastest in the flying 200 yesterday. So coming in towards the bell now. Sorry, that's 2 laps to go. My apologies. Quite a slow first lap there between Lockie Trenton and Noah Brooks. The pace has picked up now. Plenty of calls from the infield, supporting both the Brunswick and the Blackburn rider here. Lockie Trenton still in a good position. Noah Brooks, the sprint still hasn't started really in earnest. Lachlan Trenton now tries to fire up. Noah Brooks will have to try and come from behind here. Lockie Trenton in the black, still holding strong as he comes through. He will take the win, the rider from Bronx. So that will shrink the gap between our two leading teams in this overall Blackline Track League competition by a margin of 3 points, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but every little bit helps. So our next two riders on track be our 8th and 10th seeded rider in men's B grade. This will be Cody Brown in the light purple of JKT Coaching up against Rory Fisk in the white and pink of Zero Heroes. So less than 0.2 of a second separated these riders in qualifying. So this could well be one where tactics play a big part, given that the two riders are going to be fairly equally matched in terms of sprinting prowess. Almost a complete standstill down the back straight there between Brown and Fisk. So after some track standing and looking at each other, a bit of a stalemate. Riders still in the same position that they were when they set off, with Cody Brown in first place, Rory Fisk in second. So Cody Brown now committing to his sprint. Fisk charging out of the saddle there in second wheel. Almost level as they come into the bell. So Cody Brown will lead them down the back straight. Will Fisk be able to find some extra strength to come around in the last couple of corners? Brown leads them in. They straighten up now towards the line. Fisk closing the gap all the way. He's not quite going to get there. So the win to Cody Brown, a team at JKT Coaching. A final 200 metres covered in 12.24 seconds there. So the last of our match sprints in men's B grade. We've got Benjamin Holmes in the black of Brunks up against Ewan Grierson of a team at JKT Coaching. There's been a comment left on the YouTube comments in the live chat. Let's go Ewan. Lots of love from Nana and Disco Dougie. So Ewan Grierson's got a couple of folks watching from home. Hopefully that will give him a bit of extra impetus to come out with the win here. So this race in men's B grade between our 9th and 12th fastest qualifier in the sprint flying 200 yesterday. Ewan Grierson having the faster of those times. Be interesting to see how the tactics play out as they come through 2 laps to go. Ewan Grierson starts to wind up down the back straight there with a lap and a half to go. Benjamin Holmes still staying committed. And he'll be in the slipstream of Grierson as they come up to start the sprint on the final lap. So Grierson takes the bell in first position. Holmes with some work to do to try and come across the gap. So the rider from team JKT Coaching looking strong as he comes through that home straight there. So Grierson will take the win. That'll please Nana and Disco Dougie watching at home. So that will draw to a close round 3 of the men's B grade sprints. We'll soon have our 3rd round of women's A grade sprints coming to the track. So our first matchup in our women's A-grade sprint for round 3 between Emma Stevens of Team Trachyon, our fastest qualifier. She's in the pink. She'll be up against Emily Watch of Zero Heroes in the white. So Emma Stevens has been unsurpassed in the sprinting events this weekend, winning all of her sprint matchups so far, as well as the Kieran yesterday. So the rider in the pink of Team Trachyon, wearing the shorts of the Queensland Academy of Sport, up against Emily Watch from the ACT Academy of Sport normally, now racing for Zero Heroes. So Emma Stevens keeping the pace high, but not starting a full-blooded sprint now. Now she starts to wind things up as they come through the belt. So Emma Stevens it is, who will lead them down the back straight. Emily Watch digging in deep, trying to hold her wheel, but she's not making any forward progress. So it looks like Emma Stevens is going to come through and take a comfortable win here. 12.32 seconds for the final 200 metres, 58 k's an hour, if you don't mind. So our next pairing of women's A-grade sprinters coming to the track will be our second fastest qualifier, Hope Harnetti of Don't Stop Pedaling. She's in the yellow. She'll be up against Paige Squire in the red of the Blackburn Jets. So our two riders set off here for this second of the women's A-grade match sprints for round 3. So our two riders riding shoulder to shoulder at the moment as they come into a lap and a half to go. Paige Squire doing a good job of keeping Hope Harnetti very high on the track here. So the rider from Don't Stop Pedaling now follows Paige Squire as she makes the dive down the track. Paige Squire leading strongly. Will Hope Harnetti be able to come around in the last 200 metres? The rider from Don't Stop Pedaling draws level with the shoulder of Paige Squire as they come into turn 3. They're neck and neck coming out of turn 4 as they come up towards the line. Hope Harnetti just has enough to overcome her rival. So another 5 points in the bank for Team Don't Stop Pedaling, who will also edge themselves a little bit closer to the overall lead of the Blackburn Jets. So our next matchup is our third and our 8th fastest qualifier. Third fastest qualifier was Ella Liang from Trachyon. She'll be up against Maddie Pitt in the orange of Modular Dynamics. a calm pace being set so far by Ella Liang at the front of this match sprint on lap 1. Maddie Pitt currently keeping her cool in second wheel. Now trying to move up the inside of Ella Liang. It's a real staring contest between these two riders. Ella Liang now gradually forcing Maddie Pitt higher and higher on the track. They're up above the blue line now. Still shoulder to shoulder. Ella Liang now makes the drop down the track as the drop on the music hits. So Ella Liang out of the saddle and sprinting with 1 lap to go. Maddie Pitt from Modular Dynamics with some work to do. Trying to move up to the outside of Ella Liang. She's made some progress, but she's still got a way to go. Coming up towards the line. Pitt's closing, but Ella Liang will hold on. 12.73 seconds for that final 200 metres, 56.5 k's an hour. And just enough for Ella Liang to hold on for the win. A well-timed attack there, not just in terms of gaining an advantage over her rival, but timed it beautifully to the bass drop in Don't You Worry Child, which was playing in the stadium stereo in the background. I'm not entirely sure how well the riders can hear the music when they're out on track, but I'd like to believe that that was coordinated. And now it's riders 6 and 7 in the seeding, squaring off against each other. The 6th fastest qualifier, April Cat, in the purple of JKT Coaching, will be going up against Ruby McLean in the colours of Don't Stop Pedaling. Just 0.05 of a second separated these two in their flying 200 qualifying yesterday. So would have to think that tactics will play a part here, given how evenly matched the two are. Ruby McLean not too interested in playing a position battle early on. So April Cat, who normally rides in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute, doing some swinging and swerving up and down the track. Ruby McLean still keeping an eye on things. The tempo is starting to increase. 1.5 laps to go now. Both riders looking closely at each other as April Cat now makes a dive down the track. The rider from JKT Coaching putting her chips into the center of the table. Ruby McLean into the slipstream of the rider in purple, who checks over her shoulder, not normally the sign of a confident rider. So Ruby McLean now draws level, shoulder to shoulder as they come out of turn 4. This one's going to be really close coming up to the line. Ruby McLean gets there. An excellent sprint there. 12.81 seconds in that final 200 metres. And I think another one where the attack was coordinated with the music in the background. So we're now moving on to round 3 of the match sprints for men's A. So our 1st and 4th seeded rider will square off in this race. Our fastest qualifier, Xavier Bland, is in the pink of Team Trackion in the front position. Just behind him, our 4th fastest qualifier, Ruben Smith of the Jets. You'll be able to see from the shorts that they're wearing that they normally ride for their state teams. Xavier Bland for New South Wales and Ruben Smith for Victoria. Good thing that New South Wales and Victoria are no way rivals and would have no interest in beating each other and showing the other one up. So Xavier Bland so far has had it all his own way in the sprints after qualifying with the fastest time yesterday, 10.37 seconds. in his final 200 metres. Ruben Smith just 0.38 of a second slower, 10.75. Riders keeping a bit of space between them so far. Come through 2 laps to go. Xavier Bland just checking over his shoulder, looking. Still neither rider fully committed there. Both starting to hit the high tempo as they both dive down the track almost simultaneously there. So Xavier Bland has the front position. Ruben Smith has the advantage of trying to come around in the slipstream. So Xavier Bland from Trackyon. It's being closed down very quickly by Ruben Smith of the Jets. Will Smith have enough to come around at the very last? Xavier Bland just holds on. 3/4 of a bike length in the end for the rider from Team Trackyon. 10.56 seconds for that final 200 metres. That is rapid. So Xavier Bland takes the win. Hard really to fault the tactics of Ruben Smith there though. I think he did everything right, just couldn't quite come around Xavier Bland at the end. It's certainly about as hard as Xavier Bland has had to work for his sprint wins over the weekend, as our next pair of riders move themselves into position. So our 5th fastest qualifier is in front position in the black. That's Aubrey Price of Bronx 1916. He's up against Mitchell Louis from Muz Magic, who qualified at 2nd quickest. 0.4 of a second separating the 2 sprint qualifying times of this pair. And Aubrey Price, after his good results in the the scratch race earlier today where he managed to take the win, has decided that he's going to try and tire Mitchell Louis out by going hard and early. So an interesting tactic here from the Bronx rider. He's really going to have to make Mitchell Louis work for it. I think Aubrey Price knows that Mitchell Louis might have him beaten if it was a 1-lap sprint, but a 3-lap sprint might be a little bit different. They come up towards the bell now. Mitchell Louis now coming up to the shoulder of Aubrey Price and making the pass as they go down the back straight. Aubrey Price tried a bold tactic there. It hasn't ended up panning out, but it was well worth a try. Mitchell Louis is going to come through and take the win. 11.6 seconds there, 62.1 k's an hour average for that last 200 metres, which is very impressive given that Mitchell Louis was starting to ease off the gas for the last quarter of that. After a very exciting sprint there between our 2nd and 5th seed, we'll now have a sprint between our 3rd and 6th seed. This is Zaran Fong Sutton, our 3rd fastest qualifier. He's in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, and he'll be going up against Benjamin Woods of the Jets in the red jersey with the white gloves. So unlike the last race where Aubrey Price took off almost as soon as the whistle blew, this one a bit more of a traditional match sprint. Slow and tactical in the early going, both riders keeping a close eye on each other's position, sizing each other up, looking for weaknesses, possibly even casting their eyes to the right and seeing themselves on the big screen here at Disc. We've had a couple of attacks synced up with the background music here in the stadium. We've just started playing the intro to Thunderstruck, so I can only imagine a very, very fast sprint is going to unfold here once we get cracking. So riders almost at a standstill here. UCI rules dictate that riders must maintain at least a walking pace. And you certainly couldn't say that either Zaran Fong Sutton or Ben Woods is going much quicker than that at the moment. Eyes absolutely locked onto each other, trying to stare through the mirrored reflective visors there. Benjamin Woods in first position at the moment. Zaran Fong Sutton staying high on the track. Must be thinking about starting a sprint now. Benjamin Woods is the first to make a move down the inside. Zaran Fong Sutton stays high. He'll try and use the extra momentum coming from the top of the track to try and make the pass. Benjamin Woods there, shoulder to shoulder with Zaran Fong Sutton, who's closing quickly as they come up the home straight. Zaran Fong Sutton still with a bit of work to do. He does get there. Zaran Fong Sutton just gets the better of Benjamin Woods there. Maybe half a wheel in it at the end. So 5 more points there to the tally of Team Don't Stop Pedaling. 2 more to the score of the Jets. And some very evenly matched sprints have been happening here. Our next pair up on track will be our 7th and 9th seeds, Angus Withington and Will Emilius. So Will in the royal blue jersey of Muz Magic in position number 1. Angus Withington in the dark purple of Life in Lyra just behind him. So both of these riders with experience racing on this track before this weekend. They were both down here at the end of last year for the Austral Wheel Race Carnival. And I imagine we'll see them back here again the week before Christmas. 4 days of absolutely fantastic track racing, bringing together the very finest racers on the boards from all over Australia and internationally as well. We had quite a contingent of international riders last year from New Zealand, Hong Kong, China and Japan. I think there were some Malaysian and Iranian riders in there as well. So Angus Withington not giving Will Emilius a whole lot of personal space here. He wouldn't have been able to be that close to him in 2020, I can tell you that right now. Not a whole lot of social distancing here as Angus Withington now starts to wind up his sprint. As they come through the bell, the rider in purple is going to lead them into the back straight. Will Emilius with some work to do, but he's closing down. He's coming up to the back wheel of Angus Withington, but he's running out of space to try and do it. It's going to be very close on the line. Oh, too close to call. 11.39 there. There might be a second or even a third look there. The commissaires have given the victory to Will Emilius just ahead of Angus Withington. That one might have come down to thousandths of a second, I reckon. Closest sprint we've had all weekend, I'd say. So warm applause there for both Angus Withington and Will Emilius. That was a sprint and a half, that last one. So next up will be our riders in men's A grade seated 8th and 10th. This will be Max Woodruff, the 8th seeded rider in the white jersey of Team Zero Heroes. He'll be starting just ahead of Seb Topping, who's in the bright blue of Muz Magic. They've also got their state track team shorts on. Max Woodruff from Tasmania, Seb Topping from Queensland. So just 6/100ths of a second separated these two riders in their Flying 200 qualifying times yesterday. So as with the last race, I think we'll see one that's quite close in the end. Max Woodruff putting in a bit of a surge at the bottom of the track with 2 laps to go. Sebastian Topping making his way across, but not all at once. And now fully committed, The rider in the blue dives down the inside of Woodruff there. So he'll take the lead as they come into 1 lap to go. A furious sprint from the Queenslander. The Tasmanian has quite a bit of work to do to close the gap. Sebastian Topping leads them down the back straight with a gap of 10 metres. It's now 7 or 8 metres. Woodruff is closing in. Will he be able to get there? I don't think he will. Sebastian Topping for Muz Magic comes through and takes the win. 11.5 seconds for that last 200 metres. So that concludes our 3rd round of match sprinting for today. We originally were planning to have Madison's next, but I believe there's been a change in the program. We'll now have a Motorpace race. So 1 women's Motorpace race, 1 men's Motorpace race, where the motorbike journey will be out in front of the field until 3 laps to go. And then they'll pull off and riders will have it all their own way for an eyeballs out sprint to the finish. So I think the Derny's just going to do a couple of warm-up laps just to make sure everything's in order, and then we'll grid up our riders for our Motorpace race. Quick update from the commissaires. I had my facts wrong. It's a 30-lap race. Motorbike will be pulling off with 5 laps to go, not 3 laps to go. I think I had it mixed up with a Kieran. So 5 laps to go will be when the Moto Derny will pull away and the riders will have it all to themselves. So our riders for our 25-lap Motorpace race ready to go. So they will be motor-paced by the Derny for the first 25 laps. The Derny will gradually increase in speed and pull off with 5 laps to go. So participating in this race as they're lined up on the fence, we've got Quinn Rothenbuehl at number 66 in the black of Brunks. Caitlin Williamson in the white of Zero Heroes is in second wheel. And Jemima Hargraves in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, a team who actually have a numerical advantage in this race for a change. Billy Russell is in fourth wheel, the Bronx rider, as they set off. And it is Audrey Pritchard. And I think that is Ruby McLean in second last wheel. And then on the back of this group will be Montana Collier. So being that this is a motor-paced race, riders must ride behind the Derny until it pulls off, similar to a Kieran. The Derny will gradually increase in speed over the course of the 25 laps that it's on the track. So while our riders are making their way around, I just want to take a moment to shout out the volunteer broadcast crew made up of some of the parents of the folks who are out there riding and racing today. Takes a lot of logistical effort, time and thought to bring this sort of broadcast together, not just for those who are in the building here at DISC, but also those watching from home on the couch. And I'm sure there's more than one gran and grandpa watching proudly from home as their loved one is taking part this weekend. So we thank the broadcast crew for all of their efforts bringing you our Oz Cycling live stream. They're not a fully paid union TV camera crew like you'd see from SBS. They're just volunteers doing their best, and they're doing a magnificent job. So 22 laps to go in this 30-lap race, 17 until the Derny pulls to the side. Thankfully these days it's an electric-powered Derny. In times and years gone by, that would have been a diesel or petrol-powered motorbike. So riders don't have to deal with the fumes anymore. So Jemima Hargraves, one of the 4 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling, leading the pack. This is probably the first race all weekend where the riders in yellow have had a numerical advantage over their rivals. Up until now it's been the Bronx riders in the black who have dominated proceedings. So just a review of the points that will be awarded for this race. First place across the line at the end of this race will get 40 points for their team. Second place will get 32. Third will get 26. Fourth will get 22. Fifth will get 18. Sixth place will get 14 and seventh will get 12. So a pretty big delta in terms of points able to be earned for the winner versus those at the back. So Quinn Rothenbuehler, rider number 66, leading the bunch now in first position behind the Derny. A rider who's had quite a good weekend in terms of results. He's been a worthy second fiddle to her teammate Billy Russell in a lot of these enduro events. Quinn's also had quite a productive year racing her cyclocross bike, taking, I believe, second place overall in the Victorian B grade series, the Victorian CX. Though fair to say that on the track here, the tyres are a little skinnier and the pressures are a little bit higher. Tempo really starting to increase of the Derny. Jemima Hargraves it is now who's in first wheel. Just behind her is Billy Russell. Then it's Aubrey Pritchard. Then Ruby McLean, Montana Collier, Quinn Rothenbuehler, and then on the back, Caitlin Williamson, the tall figure in the white and pink for Zero Heroes. Aubrey Pritchard in that distinctive matching yellow rear disc wheel just swings over. As they come up to get 10 laps to go now, only 5 laps until the Derny pulls away. Ruby McLean now leading them, Montana Collier in second wheel. Riders all still looking fairly controlled. Not a whole lot of rocking and rolling in the shoulders at the moment. Folks just thinking about when will be the right time to strike tactically. Based on her results this weekend, I would think Billy Russell, the rider in the white helmet and black kit from Brunks, will be the most marked rider as she finds herself surrounded by almost the entire squad of Don't Stop Pedaling now. Pace continues to increase as it's now Caitlin Williamson in first spot behind the Derny. Six laps to go now. This is the last lap behind the pace Derny, as it looks like Montana Collier has been shed off the back. So that will leave 6 riders at the front to battle it out for those spots on the line. So Derny hits the blinker there. It looks like it is Jemima Hargraves who's leading the bunch. Billy Russell in second place. Then it's Audrey Pritchard, Ruby McLean, Quinn Rothenbuehler, and Caitlin Williamson. So Jemima Hargraves setting a hard tempo on the front for her teammates, trying to isolate Billy Russell here. As the rider from Brunks in the white helmet finds herself being followed just about everywhere she goes. That gives an opportunity for her teammate Quinn Rothenbuehler to give it a crack. 3 laps to go as Rothenbuehler now is at the front of the field. Billy Russell trying to chase her down. And then the 3 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling trying to get across. It looks like that's Ruby McLean, who's the first of them to try and close the gap. Audrey Pritchard not too far behind. 2 laps to go now. Quinn Rothenbuehler still leading. Billy Russell looking comfortable in second, but she's got some company now. So Ruby McLean now up to third wheel behind our 2 leaders from Brunks. Audrey Pritchard still chasing hard, trying to get across. So coming up to receive the bell now. Quinn Rothenbuehler looks over her shoulder and sees Billy Russell charging down the outside. Ruby McLean looking to challenge as they come down the back straight for the final time. Billy Russell still looking strong, coming up towards the line. She's going to maintain her perfect record this weekend, so she's going to take the win in the Motorpace race. Second it was for rider number 52 there. That was Ruby McLean. Quinn Rothenbuehler takes 3rd place. Audrey Pritchard in 4th. In just a shade over 10 minutes from start to finish. Caitlin Williamson it was who ended up taking 5th, and Jemima Hargraves crossing the line in 6th position. All right, we're now moving into our sprint finals for Women's B. This is the bronze medal final between Addison Tor and Lachey Madden. Addison Tor in the purple, Lachey Madden in the yellow. So both of these runners have had a couple of wins in the sprint so far. But which of them will take home the final bronze in our sprint on event 51 of our Blackline Track League calendar? Pace starting to increase. Riders are shoulder to shoulder. They're about to come into the home straight to get the bell. The sprint is on. Addison Tor will lead it out from the lower position at the bottom of the track. Lachey Madden in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. Standing acceleration as she comes down the outside. Challenging Addison Tor around the outside as they come into the home straight now. It looks like Addison Tor is going to hold on. Addison Tor it is who will take bronze in Women's B in the sprint. Final 200 metres covered in a time of 13.7 seconds. And as some of our riders are starting to finish their programs for the weekend, a reminder from the organisers, if you're not planning on racing round 3, please return your jerseys to the registration desk. And all riders should return their race numbers to the registration desk once they're done for the day. So now on to our gold medal final for the sprint in Women's B. So we've got our fastest qualifier, Alana Lake from the Jets in the red, in second position there, just behind Lexi Phillips of Modular Dynamics. So pace now starting to increase on that opening of 3 laps. Not a whole lot of tactics or looking around, at least thus far. Lexi Phillips happy to hold front position. Alana Lake just tries a little dummy move there, trying to get her opponent to blink. Lexi Phillips doesn't take the bait. And Lexi Phillips now accelerating out of the saddle down the back straight there. Alana Lake staying nice and high on the track. Lexi Phillips also coming up the track a bit now. Both riders looking to pick up momentum before the bell goes. So there's the sprint. Lexi Phillips out of the saddle there. And into the lower position, Alana Lake still up high, now decides to drop down. Use that extra momentum from the banking to carry her past Lexi Phillips there. So a good use of the nature of the track there from Alana Lake. She'll come through and take the gold medal in women's B for the sprint. The silver for Lexi Phillips from Modular Dynamics. So we'll now move on to our sprint finals for men's B grade. This will be the bronze medal final between Mitchell Stevens of Zero Heroes and Lockie Trenton of Brunks 1916. As they set off, Lachlan Trenton keeping a very close eye here on Mitchell Stevens. So the rider in black from Brunks, keeping his head almost permanently adjusted to the right to monitor the position of his rival there. So this will be for the bronze medal for men's B in the sprint as they come almost to a complete stop. Trenton's track standing skills prove a little better there and he's able to slip into second position and gain potentially the advantage of the slipstream as they now have 2 laps to go. Mitchell Stevens it is who's now checking over his shoulder. Both riders going high on the track, well above the blue line now. Time to start diving down for the sprint. Stevens the first to move. Trenton with a bit of a gap to make up. It's 10 metres as they start the last lap. He's well and truly in the slipstream now, but will he be able to close the gap? Stevens looking strong as they come into turn 3. A lot of work to do for the rider from Brunks if he wants to close the gap. He is not quite going to get there. Mitchell Stevens holds on. 11.75 over that final 200 metres, so bronze for Mitchell Stevens of Zero Heroes. And a nice little fist bump there between the 2 riders as well. Always good to see a bit of mutual respect between rivals. So in the men's B grade final, we've only got one rider who's shown up. I think Lockie Stewart, who was due to take part in this one, has gone home. So we'll present him to the crowd as your gold medal winner. Nice one, Riley Boyd. Yes. Warmly applauded by the crowd there. Now there's doing it easy in a sprint win, and then there's that. So I know that Lockie Stewart and his family live up in Bright. It's quite a drive from here at Disc, so I think they might have wanted to get that underway so they could get home before dark. So next up, our women's A-grade sprint finals. This will be the bronze medal final between Ella Yang of Trackyon in the pink and Emily Watt from Zero Heroes, who is in the white. So lots of watching and looking going on early. No rider looking to hold a high pace, at least to start with. Ella Liang now starts to increase the tempo. Emily Watch living up to her name. She's being very attentive to the position of Ella Liang so far. So a little bit of swapping and switching going on there. We're coming towards a lap and a half to go, and the pace still has not really increased all that much. So Emily Watch still keeping a close eye on Ella Liang as they're just about to dive down for the bell. There's the move. The riders dive down the track almost simultaneously there. Ella Liang trying to come around the outside. She'll lead them into the back straight, but will Emily Watch have the ability to hold her wheel? Ella Liang looking dominant there. He's going to take a comfortable win and the bronze medal in Women's A for the sprint final. A valiant fourth place for Emily Watch from Zero Heroes. So our gold medal race in Women's A for the sprint. Now ready to go. Pitting our second fastest qualifier, Hope Harnetti. She's in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. Against the quickest rider over the Flying 200 yesterday, Emma Stevens of Team Trackion. So both riders have won all of their match sprints so far today. And I think we're first and second in the Kieran yesterday. I know Emma Stevens was definitely the winner. From memory, Hope Harnetti was second. So I think this could be quite an evenly matched race between these two. Got a whole lot of track standing early on. A little attempted switch down the track there. Little dummy move by Emma Stevens. Hope Harnetti doesn't fall for it though. Keeps her rival well above the blue line. Both riders increasing in tempo now. And they're going for it now. 1 lap to go. So Hope Harnetti in first position here. Emma Stevens with a chance to overhaul the rider in yellow now. So the rider from Team Trackion moves clearly into first position. Hope Harnetti putting up a strong effort there, but she's not going to catch her. Emma Stevens takes the gold medal in the women's A-grade sprint. A final 200 metre time of 11.91, so over 60 k's an hour there. And just a word from the organisers. The next Motorpace race is technically an open race, so it's open to all of our men's riders, but if there are any women's riders who haven't quite had enough track racing fun this weekend and want to jump in for one more go, the opportunity is there. So we're into our last two sprint finals for the weekend. This will be our bronze medal race in our men's A-grade sprint. We'll be pitting Zarin Fong Sutton in the yellow from Don't Stop Pedaling against Ruben Smith in the red of the Jets. So these two riders being very watchful in the early going. Both have proven to be very strong in one-lap sprints. So I don't think either will be afraid of making the race technical and tactical. So coming in towards a lap and a half to go. Ruben Smith now really opening up from first position. Zaran Fong Sutton holding position there about 5 metres behind, but will he be able to use the slipstream to come past? So Ruben Smith in the red of the Jets looking strong here. Zaran Fong Sutton drawing onto his hip as they come into turn 3, to his shoulder as they come into turn 4, coming up towards the line. They throw for the line. Zaran Fong Sutton gets it. A matter of maybe a rim width between the two in the end. 11.08 in the final 200 metres there. An absolutely superb sprint there. The crowd very appreciative of that one. And just like that, we're down to our men's A-grade sprint final, our gold medal final between our two fastest qualifiers. Xavier Bland, the quickest qualifier from Team Trachyon, and Mitchell Louis from Muz Magic, the second fastest qualifier. So Louis in the blue, Xavier Bland in the pink. Both riders wearing the skin suits of their respective state organisations. Mitchell Louis for Queensland, Xavier Bland for New South Wales. Sad to say that this will be the final match sprint race of the Blackline Track League Round 2 this weekend. There have been some absolutely cracking contests in the match sprints. Really enjoyed watching it. And great to see young riders employing a range of tactics, not just putting down enough power and hoping that that's going to be sufficient to win the race, but also using tactical nous as well. As we see some tactical nous there from Xavier Bland in second wheel, switching up and down the track, trying to force an early move out of Mitchell Louis. Tempo really increasing now. Mitchell Louis forcing Bland high on the track. They're just about to dive down as they get the bell. So Mitchell Louis will lead them in. Xavier Bland in second wheel. Louis looking really strong at the front. Xavier Bland coming level. He's drawing up to his hip as they come around turn 3. He's not quite to his shoulder as they come out of turn 4, coming up towards the line. Mitchell Louis gets the win. So the second seeded rider ends up taking the gold medal in a time of 10.68 for the final 200 metres. So Mitch Louis, the winner of the gold medal for the men's A-grade sprint here this weekend. Right, we're getting ready for our final event of round 2 of the Blackline Track League, the team Motorpace, the open Motorpace. So this will be a 40-lap race, the first 35 laps of which riders will be behind the Derny. 5 laps of all-out racing to the end. Now, because this is an open Motorpace, riders of both genders are allowed to enter and score points for their team. So our riders here, Bryce Nichols, number 48 from team Don't Stop Pedaling. Number 53 also of team Don't Stop Pedaling is Sebastian Freer. Lockie Trenton, Zaran Fong Sutton. So riders just getting themselves ready at the top of the track. You can see at least a couple of the women's riders, LL Yang and Quinn Rothenbuehler, deciding to have a crack at this one. So Derny just about to come through. We'll soon get all of the riders rolling away. So 14 riders taking to the start of our open Motorpace here. A 40-lap race, 10 kilometres. The last 5 laps will be without the pacing of the Derny. So riders will be free to go as hard as they like for the last 5 laps. So just to run you through the teams who are in here. I can see 7 riders from team Brunks 1916. Lachlan Trenton, Riley Boyd, Sam Hudson, Tom Williamson, Aubrey Price, Quinn Rothenbuehler. We've got a singular rider from team Modular Dynamics. He's in second wheel at the moment. That's Daniel Googe. In terms of team Don't Stop Pedaling, there are 4 riders in the yellow colours who are out there. Bryce Nichols and Sebastian Freer are up towards the front of affairs. We've also got Zaran Fong Sutton and Jemima Hargraves in the mix for the team clad in yellow. 2 riders in there from the Jets, Oscar Gallagher and Alistair Norris. And the solo rider in the centre of the bunch in the pink, that's LL Yang for Team Trackyon. So as our Motorpace race gradually increases in speed, we just want to take a moment to thank all of the sponsors who have made this weekend's racing possible. We want to thank the Modular Dynamics, Glowbird Energy, Blackburn Cycling Club, Brunswick Cycling Club, JKT Coaching, RW Corkery & Co. who are behind Team Trackyon, Terra Firma who are behind the Dark Purple Team Lyra, Bendigo McDonald's and Banana Man Flooring, both who are sponsoring Team Don't Stop Pedaling, Balmoral Cycling Club and Haven Ridge Retreat. So it takes quite a lot of effort and investment to make a series like this happen. Great to see sponsors both within and without cycling willing to put some cash on the line to make this weekend possible, to make sure everyone's got those very colourful and tasteful jerseys to wear. So first position behind the Derny there, just swinging up the track now with the yellow disc wheel. That's Riley Boyd, the easy winner of the men's B-grade sprint just before. His rival for the gold medal in men's B, Lockie Stewart, had to go home. So Riley Boyd was the winner unopposed of the gold medal in the sprint for men's B-grade. To be fair to him, he'd also sprinted very well in the preliminary rounds to put himself in that position. So it's not to say there's no work that went into it. So pace of the Derny increasing. Sam Hudson of Brunks, the first rider behind the moto at the moment. Quinn Rothenbuehler on the red bike in second wheel. Then it's Ben Holmes in the silver helmet, the next of the black-clad Brunks riders in line. Third wheel at the moment with the matching yellow ribbon in her hair. That's Jemima Hargraves, one of 3 of our women's riders who've decided to jump in the deep end and race the open Motorpace. Being a part of the earlier Motorpace race clearly wasn't enough. They just want one more crack at some racing action before they head home for the weekend. Alistair Norris in the colours of the Blackburn Jets, who had a 200-point lead or so at the halfway mark of today's racing in the overall Blackline Track League standings. It'll be interesting to see where the standings lie after this weekend. I know they will have been challenged pretty seriously by the Don't Stop Pedaling and Brunks squads. So Bryce Nichols, the rider from Castlemaine Cycling Club from Don't Stop Pedaling, hands things over to Daniel Gooch, the only rider in the orange of Modular Dynamics in this race. So Zaran Fong Sutton, fresh off his ride in the bronze medal race in the men's A grade, just swings up the track. He swapped his white aero helmet for a black vented one. So past the halfway point now, as it is 4 Brunks riders in a row and 7 out of the first 8 clad in the black there, separated only by Ella Liang, who's currently in 5th wheel. And then on the back of the train we've got Alistair Norris from the Jets in the white helmet, and it is Sebastian Freer in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, Daniel Gooch in the orange of Modular Dynamics, and now in second last wheel is Oscar Gallagher of the Jets. So Ella Liang letting a bit of a gap open to the wheel in front. She has to accelerate a little bit to try and catch up with the Derny here. Swings out of the way to try to get some assistance from some of the Bronx riders in her wheel. And I think that might have proved one effort too many for Ella Liang after a very hard weekend of racing. So all of our Bronx riders still in there, so there are 7 of them in total, along with 2 riders from the Jets, 1 from Modular Dynamics and 1 left from Don't Stop Pedaling. As this is Ben Holmes now, who's in position 1 behind the Derny. He slides over and lets Alistair Norris of the Jets take a turn. 12 laps to go now. As a couple more riders are shed out the back, Daniel Googe and the first of our Bronx riders, Quinn Rothenbuehler, the last of our female entrants to be hanging in with the pack. So that leaves 6 from Bronx, 2 from the Jets and 1 from Don't Stop Pedaling. So Oscar Gallagher it is in position 1, Aubrey Price just behind him. And it's the tall figure of Tom Williamson. And it is Riley Boyd, Lachlan Trenton, Sam Hudson, and then Ben Holmes, the last of the 6 Brunswick riders now holding the front positions in this race. As we're now inside the last 10 laps, they'll come through and get 8 laps to go now. So just 3 laps until the Derny swings away in the last event of what's been an absolutely cracking round of the Blackline Track League here at Disc in Melbourne. We thank everyone who's made it possible, from the commissaires to the riders to the parents to the broadcast crew. Hard to believe it's nearly over, but the good news is there's another round of the Blackline Track League coming up at the end of this month in Adelaide. So I'm sure we'll see you there. So 6 laps to go now. Last lap of the Derny on the track, as we've got 3 riders from Bronx at both the front and back of the field. So as the indicator goes on for the Derny, it will be Sam Hudson slipping away from the front of the field. Ben Holmes flicks the elbow and creates a gap for Alistair Norris to try and close behind. Sebastian Freer in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling now up to 3rd place. Aubrey Price looking commanding is now up to 4th. Oscar Gallagher in 5th wheel. Thomas Williamson trying to hold on in 6th place, as 3 of the Brunswick riders have now been shed. So coming in towards 3 laps to go, Alistair Norris is leading the pack. Sebastian Freer in 2nd place. Aubrey Price now up to 2nd wheel, as Alistair Norris makes a point of not rotating back in at the back of the line so that he can have another turn on the front soon. 2 laps to go now. Alistair Norris leading. Aubrey Price in 2nd, Sebastian Freer in 3rd. Then it is Sam Hudson, Oscar Gallagher in the red of the Jets at the back. So as they come up towards the line now, they're just about to get the bell. 1 lap to go and an attack down the outside by Aubrey Price. Oscar Gallagher and Sebastian Freer are trying to follow. Aubrey Price has been set up really well by his Brunswick teammates here. Will Oscar Gallagher come across at the last and spoil his fun? Aubrey Price checks over his shoulder, but he will not be headed. Aubrey Price takes the win in the open Motorpace race. Oscar Gallagher 2nd, Seb Freer in 3rd, Alistair Norris 4th. And I think it was Sam Hudson in 5th for the Bronx team. And that draws to a close a wonderful weekend of racing here at Disc. Nice warm applause from the crowd and a little bit from the infield as well. So stick around, everyone. I think we'll be having presentations reasonably shortly. And then we'll let everyone travel back home. I know some folks will have flights and long car rides ahead. So of course we wish you safe travels on the way home. Once again, thanks to everyone who's made this weekend possible, from the sponsors to the commissaires who rule on the racing, to the riders who take part in the racing, to the mums and dads who make sure they can get there and home again. So our podium gantry just being erected now, so we will have our podium presentations before too long. Don't go too far away.
Painful as you would know. It's the most painful I've ever had. It was sent the nose, the needles.
All right, we are ready to go with the presentations for this weekend. Everybody, a crowd on around the podium, please. So in third place for the team's competition this weekend, with 696 points, the Blackburn Jets. In second place this weekend, with 807 points, team Don't Stop Pedaling. And your champion team this weekend with 1,073 points in black, Bronx 1916. So our gold medals being presented to our champion team for this weekend, Bronx 1916 from the Brunswick Cycling Club. But how will that have affected the overall point standings? Okay, congrats to our three best teams from round 2 of the Blackline Track League this weekend. Let's give them a hand, folks. All right, good work, everyone. We'll now move on to the standings in the overall team series after round 2. Currently in third place on 1,339 points, team Don't Stop Pedaling. Now moving themselves up from to second place after starting the weekend in 9th with 1,362 points, Bronx 1916. And our current leaders of the Blackline Track Series after round 2 on 1,511 points, the Blackburn Jets. Congrats to our 3 leading teams in the overall Blackline Track Series. Let's give them a hand. Congratulations to everyone who's raced this weekend. It's been an absolutely fabulous weekend of track racing. We wish everyone safe travels home, and we'll see you all again at round 3 of the Blackline Track Series in Adelaide on November 29th and 30th. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll catch you at the next one. To all of those who have joined us for the Oz Cycling live stream, we thank you for joining us on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. We look forward to your company again for round 3 of the Blackline Track League on November